Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon, good evening, good other time zones, folks. Hello, hello, hello. It is I, Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, and I have forgotten to do one of the really important things for me to do when I start stream. I think I can automate this, but I will just have to... let's take a look here. I can actually add something here. This should be actually pretty easy. But yes. How are folks? Streaming started. There we go. That should actually do. And now just save that. But hello, folks. Ropi-san. Hajimemashite. Let me give the shout outs. Let me give the shout out to Ropi-san. Edward Lopi is quite cool. Edward Lopi is a fellow. I don't know if you identify. I don't know if Lopi-san identifies as old as well. But he's a VTuber. He's a fellow VTuber who does the handicrafts, who does the hand arts, focusing particularly on knitting, which is something I would love to hear. So I'd love to learn a little bit more about, because I've only done a very little bit of knitting in my time. I would like to do more. I think I qualify as a very poor knitter. It is possible that I have made my life somewhat harder by having needles that are so long that they constantly hit the desk that I'm working on. Because I've mostly knit on stream. Yes. Sorry, you did say you were going to lurk, and here I am asking you for opinions and clarification. But I have a suspicion that a lot of the fans of my streams will enjoy his streams. I have a suspicion. I have a suspicion. So, yes. As mentioned on Twitch, and as I am going to say right now, I don't have that much of a stream plan. I do want to do some kanji practice. I do want to do some study, some kanji studies. I do not know what I will do after that. Experience tells me that what will happen is that I'll put up a vote asking what people would like to see, and either nobody will vote or calligraphy will win. And then I will be doing some left-handed calligraphy. I will say that for the kanji study portion, I will likely be doing it right-handed. Hello, Tim Xiaoxiao. I didn't actually say hello to anybody at all, because, yes, hello Winde, hello Almantas, hello myself, and hello to Streamerbot, and of course, hello to all the lurkers. The lurkers are extremely appreciated. I just want to make sure that anybody who is at all dubious about this question. I try to be very responsive to chat. I try to be very active. I would like to think that I do a pretty good job of answering people's questions and staying engaged. And if you think I missed something that you said, the possibilities are generally that I exist in linear time and I was responding to something else and it kind of got lost in the mix. But also a non-trivial percentage of chat messages just simply do not get through. So, you know, don't be afraid to ask a question a second time, 10, 15 minutes later if you feel like I did not respond, if it seems like I didn't see it. I don't tend to just not answer a post because it offended me. If something offended me, I tend to be like, hey, let's knock that off. Yes, that is, that's kind of my thoughts for my plan for tonight. Honestly, a pretty inactive day for me. The catch up with me today will be pretty unremarkable. I did get through a decent chunk of that book that I started. I am midway through chapter 3 of, I think 7. Oh, it does occur to me that I do have a birthday. I do have a friend's birthday coming tomorrow. I do have a birthday coming tomorrow, so I will probably try to I should get that. I cannot guess, Gamma. I cannot guess, Gamma. Did you have an extremely especially good dinner? That's always my first thought. I'm very food oriented. As I'm sure people have noticed by now, I'm a very food oriented person. So don't be surprised if I'm like, oh yeah, you had a really good dinner. So today was your mother's birthday. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So you made her birthday dinner. Excellent. I'm hoping that she enjoyed it. I'm hoping she enjoyed it. My mother has become extremely picky as she has entered her dotage, and it has become extremely difficult for me to cook meals for her, and it has gotten to the point where even though I know this is not the type of woman she wants to be, at an intuitive level, she has become reactive. She has become reactive and reflexively dislikes anything that I make, unfortunately. She likes my cinnamon rolls, and that might be it. That might be the only thing that she particularly likes that I make. I think she likes some of the other bread that I like, but she has developed a very narrow palette, which I don't entirely hate for her. I don't entirely hate. It's a simple note soup. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Soy carrots, broccoli, 1 can of cream of mushroom. Yes, that's a pretty simple soup. That's a pretty simple soup. It is kind of an interesting thing to see how these contrasts rack up inside of a family, right? My own brother is an everything and the kitchen sink type of cook. His style of cooking is to just kind of put in everything in the spice cabinet kind of all at once, willy-nilly. I find it kind of frustrating. As a person who likes to follow a recipe at least several times, and then I like to follow a recipe pretty straightforwardly several times, and only after I've gotten what I call a understanding of the intention of the recipe, right? I'll cook it several times, and then I will find out what the intent of the recipe is. Hello, Tohu Vavohu. And once I've established a comfort with what I think the recipe is going for, then I get to start playing around with it. You have to teach her why spices, and I have to teach her what is too much. Yes, this is a thing that often happens. I very much come from a too much spices is a lie. So you can definitely. So for one thing, they do start to cost money. My perpetual concern. There's a certain point at which it starts to cost money. A concern that I actually had to worry about. A concern that was genuinely true for me, was that at one point I did have to worry about, cinnamon poisoning. So you do have to sometimes think about that kind of thing. Not just cinnamon, but, but I do also think that there are, like, ways that you can mix spices in a way where they stop being, like, super productive. So, for example, like, tomato, right? Like, you're working with tomato. And classic thing to add to tomato is basil, right? Tomato plus basil, excellent combination, classic combination. The two really work together. And then you can add oregano, and that's fine. Oregano's a good one to add. Then if you start adding cumin, legitimately one of my favorite spices. I love cumin. I love cumin so much. I almost never feel like I can have too much cumin. I feel like if I added cumin to an otherwise to a tomato sauce, I'd be like, cumin is so good. You worried about water poisoning for me? Never cinnamon. Well, Gringotts. For a long time, almost every day, particularly when I was like really focused on losing weight. I'm not as focused on it right now, and maybe I should get back to it. But for a period when I was really focused on losing weight, I was running 5 to 10 kilometers a day, pretty regularly, and I would get home and I would have a banana smoothie. I would have a banana smoothie, a banana protein smoothie pretty much every day. And my favorite flavor combination for it is cinnamon. Cinnamon plus banana is one of my favorite flavor combinations. I love it. And I remember somebody distinctly asking me, like, you're eating like almost a pound of bananas a day. Aren't you worried about potassium poisoning? And I said, huh. And I looked it up, and it turns out that a pound of bananas a day is absolutely nowhere near enough to give you banana poisoning. It's nowhere close. It's not even remotely close. Also, why is my eye tracking differently than it used to be? This is bugging me. My right eye's like lazy these days. What is happening here? I'm going to go insane. This is why I can't look at my model while I'm streaming, is that I will notice this difference and it will drive me completely insane. Eye left open. Eye right open. Huh. Maybe that's better. Sorry, this is the reason why I need to like not look at my actual model while I'm going. No, bananas clean you out. Bananas have fiber. Bananas got the fiber. But yes, so the issue is not. So I was having like a pound of bananas a day, and people worried about the potassium poisoning, and there's nowhere close. Like the amount that you have to have for potassium poisoning, unless you are on certain medications that cause you to retain potassium more, there's no way. It's not even close. But I was having 6 to 15 grams of cinnamon every day. And it turns out that the safe amount of cinnamon is like 3. So, yup, I was way over. Also, hello, Aeon Omnishka, and hello, McAllistrine. I don't remember if I said hello to Gringotts, but in case I didn't, hello, Gringotts. Hello, Gringotts. But yes. And yeah, I mean, also Gamma, there are absolutely tomato soups that I would not use basil. There are quite a few. There are ones that I would use cumin. I like Indian food quite a bit, and an Indian stew that involves tomatoes is probably going to involve some cumin and turmeric. But I don't think I'd really want to mix cumin and basil. And the number of things that I want to mix with sage is pretty limited. I tend to be very cautious with sage. Also cardamom, but that's just very personally me. Like sage is quite sweet, and so it can just taste kind of weird and gross with a lot of things. Cardamom, I have just absolutely fucked up several recipes and used way too much, and it now is kind of, I kind of like cardamom. I kind of am now like, I need there to be very, very little cardamom because I've had a couple of bad experiences with it. So, that's, I don't know, that's me. Cloves are rough for you? I can see that. I can see that. I always have to think hard, because I always associate cloves with the thing you smoke first. That's always my first thought. Before I think about, the spice. I don't use cloves super duper much. Oh no, yeah, that'll happen. That will happen. If you try to make a... Ciders can use up an enormous amount of cloves. They can just absolutely soak up an enormous... They can involve an enormous amount of cloves. That would do it. There's a couple of cooking projects that I've never done because I was always worried about, like, the sort of, like, basic batch size for them being too big. Beer is a big one. I've actually only brewed beer to other people, at other people's houses. I've never brewed a beer in my own space because I've been so concerned about like just how much space it's going to take up and how much time it takes up and the potential consequences of doing it poorly. Which is mostly wasted money, right? Which is mostly wasted money. But I do worry about wasting money. So, you know, that's a... It's cracking my neck a little bit here. But yes, I think I will start studying. And let me do a window grab for Anki. There's my Anki deck. Hello, the Paranoid Lich. Hello. Apple and Basil is pretty good. What's the... I did try a ancient recipe a while ago that was a... Hello, Blue. That was, it was za'atar was the main spice in it. It was za'atar, onions, and apples. It was a ancient recipe, like 3,000 years old, 3,500 years old, from ancient Anatolia, from the Hittites. I do have an affection for the Hittites. And so I tried one of their recipes out, because the world that was, I don't think they still exist. I don't think they're still I don't think they've produced videos in a while. But the world that was produced some of my favorite YouTube content for a long time out there. I'm going to try writing these a little bit bigger than I have in the past. Oh, is this... Hold on. That's backwards and it shouldn't be. Transform. That's better. That's accurate. I have done some cooking streams, Ion Omnishka. My apartment is set up in a way that makes it pretty inconvenient at the moment for me to do them with any regularity. So I don't do them very frequently. I actually really love cooking. It is my actual favorite art form. But it's mostly a matter of like the places in my apartment that are at all nice for shooting in are not at all nice for cooking in. What I have done in the past, which is kind of goofy, is I've got an induction cooktop that I can use on this desk, and I have cooked there. The other thing that I've done for cooking streams is doing like the no heat parts of cooking. So for example, dumpling folding, right? Dumpling folding doesn't involve any heat. The making of the dumplings, I just do the parts that don't involve any heat on stream. That still takes up an entire stream. That still takes up forever. It's still a very long process to just make the dough, roll it, cut it, fill it and fold it is like, for the amount of dumplings I tend to make in a stretch, that's enough to eat up an entire stream. So that's definitely one that I have done. Unfold. I'm gonna do the first couple at the tiny scale like this. Got it. Heck yeah. Regular folding, just doing crescents. The line did it was like 100 plus. It was like 6 months worth of dumplings at the rate that I eat. So it took a pretty long time. Yeah, and I don't really know how to do the fun folds. I haven't done enough to do too many of the fun folds. So provisions is a kind of fun kanji. It is rice, daybreak li, or more precisely, rice quantity. Pretty straightforward one to remember. Climate, I want to be this one. Yep, sorry, I clicked through that too fast for anybody to see what that was. So, yep, see this one? Let me zoom in a little bit more. So yeah, I like this one. Attitude, if I recall correctly, is basically bear, but with heart instead of fire. And I'm right. Pregnancy. Woman. Steward. Pretty good so far. We're off to a good start. Doubt is a complicated pain in the neck. Doubt is... I want it to be spoon. I might actually start this one doing 2 lines with this one so you can see more of what's happening here. Spoon. Dart. Order. Leg. Hey! Someone and somebody is annoying to me. Someone, I am pretty sure. Is this. Mono. Yep, I am correct. There's also a somebody. That's this. That is different. Abundant. This is one that I've made a recent mistake with, so I am annoyed with it. But it is clothing of the valley. However, that is poor kanji writing there. That is poor... writing right there. That's still pretty bad. I think this one I could tell the demonstrator capsule was pretty close to empty, like even a couple days ago. That just means that there's a lot of ink in the feed and in the tip. But I think it's going to run out fairly shortly. And then I will add a more fun ink to the cart and just see what happens. I am kind of hopeful that it happens today. And yes, I was correct. Villain. I believe Villain is an Xbox. Kyo. Wonder if that's like Kyoharu. Quit. I've got no idea. I have no idea. No idea. Okay. Mesh ability. Okay, I can think about this one a little bit more. Mesh ability. Still did it incorrectly. Dilate, I believe, is... Flesh long? Ooh. Yeah, there's a couple, there's a lot of calligraphers over on Instagram. I always get nervous about that because I think a lot of them are better than me. So I get nervous even thinking about them. But I guess I'm kind of easily intimidated. Mistake. Mistake. Miss. And this one's boku. Boku. There we go. Sign of the hair. I actually kind of like this one. Not to be confused with rabbit, right? This is sign of the hair, whereas that's rabbit. How bad their penmanship was compared to their calligraphy? Fair! Fair. I keep on telling people that a pretty large percentage of my skill, so to speak, in calligraphy is the result of my relationship with my tools, right? And the relationship I have with a broad nib pen is very different than the one I have with a fountain or ballpoint pen. My handwriting is a little bit better in no small part because I've worked on it a little bit since I got into calligraphy, but it's definitely worse. This is the calligrapher at Hans, or Shoulder. I mean, I'm doing Shoulder. I do kind of like the, I don't know how you say shoulder in Chinese. Yeah, it's just slightly different, right? It's just like very slightly different. Like, you know, one that I know off the top of my head is, it's just very slightly different, right? Just a little bit different. But also, hello Kaipa. Hello Kaipa. Uneasiness. Uneasiness. I don't remember this one. Yeah, this one's a pain in the neck for me. And even then I did that one wrong. I don't know, Blue. I don't entirely know. I wonder, so like the biggest thing I always remember being the big difference is like the hand position for doing, for holding brushes. Because this is the Chinese way. This is the way I was taught whenever I talked to Chinese, calligraphers about their preferred technique. But the Japanese preferred technique is much closer to a pen. So I don't know. I don't know what leads to these differences. I don't actually, I really should study it, more thoroughly. Fundamentals is, I don't think it's this. Also, yep, low on... Oh, I was right. I'm going to ink this... I'm going to add a little bit more ink to this one. Not a ton. And I think I'm going to add orange. Apologies. Gotta get my... there we go. The right hand is healing. I'm assessing, right? I'm assessing day by day. I think if I was really smart, I probably wouldn't be doing this at all today. I would probably just be studying. I probably would, well, for one thing, I would have studied before stream. Because it's a daily thing for me, and I don't do it every day on stream, because usually, I get it done before stream. Usually. Actually, I should probably check something here. I'm going to go over to Furetake. Kuretake? Kuretake. I'm gonna go over the jet pens. It looks like this is okay. Looks like they should be okay. Fuyugaki. I will say that a very small consequence of the last couple of weeks... Paranoid Lich, please get some rest. Please get some rest. Yes. I'm just going to use a little bit of this because I don't know if it'll actually work. And see, there's enough dark ink in there actually that it doesn't... It like blackened up already, so I basically could have put like water in there for all that matters. Alright. And cap it up. Yeah, because I've been learning this as concepts rather than as words, it does look like that. It does look like that. Oddly, I've never been stopped by airport security over it. You would think that would happen one of these days, but so far hasn't. Okay, so I got that one correct. I'm gonna put that down as hard because I wasn't sure. Let's just see if this writes any better. Arrogance I don't remember at all. Okay, that one I should be able to remember. Because this one's not actually particularly hard. They take a long time to start flowing. Usually mine start up pretty quick. This one's already... It is worth noting that with this particular pen, I remember when I popped in the cartridge the first time, The ink went into the nib, the brushes, really, so quickly that I didn't even perceive it. I completely missed the transition. Like, I just looked away for like 1 or 2 seconds, and it went from being white bristles to being black bristles. Basically immediately. So, arrogance is one that should be easy to remember. Because it's person, right? Person, earth, and the rest of this together is released. So a person who has been released from the earth. I will say, Tohu Vavohu, my experience is that arrogance is a extremely fast killer. Arrogance tends to get me killed really fast in most video games. It tends to be not insidious at all. It tends to just be embarrassing. I do know that that's the Darkest Dungeon quote. Which is a game I didn't really get into. It seems like a kind of game that I could probably... It's not? Huh. Overconfidence. Okay, you're correct, you're correct. Well, I didn't play very much Darkest Dungeon, so I don't feel that embarrassed. I would probably feel more embarrassed if I had been really into Darkest Dungeon. But, wheel, I know, involves car. So this is another one where the Japanese stroke order is different than the Chinese stroke order, right? The Chinese stroke order, if I'm recalling correctly, is this. And hold on. Crazy underscore YTLDA. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. I want it to be that. I don't think it is, though. I think I'm wrong. I am wrong. And this is definitely a place where don't trust me on the stroke order. I think I might have that stroke order wrong. Karuma, I'm the cart radical I'm very confident about, but this part I'm less confident. That one I just made a mistake right there. Definitely don't count that one. No, it's just the radical. It's the radicals in there. Embarrassing that this one's back in the mix. Definitely a nemesis kanji for me. Suppose is definitely a nemesis kanji for me. Bitter, I made a mistake on this one a couple days ago. I did too many strokes. Classic mistake for me is that when there are radicals that are really close in type. So this one's correct. But what I did a couple days ago was I did that, which is incorrect. It's too many strokes. And quit, we did this one before. It's when you see your abilities. Okay, having played a little bit more with this pen, which I believe is nylon, I think it actually writes a little bit better when it's a little bit drier. It might actually write better if I use a tougher ink, like my Irish green. My Mont Blanc green is a less well-flowing ink than any of the Oroshizokus. If I recall correctly, this is Bow. Simple. It is nice. And suckle, I hate this word. I just hate that word. What a gross word. Also not fully confident about my stroke order on that one. Examination. Is it... No, this is precarious. I'm writing precarious right now. It's not precarious. Okay. Putting that down is hard because it took me a little bit of effort there. Soul. Soul, I want to be cloud. The cloud radical. And then Oni. And I'm right. Impart. Impart, I think, is finger. Accept. Not as in EC, EXCPT, but ACCEVT. Accept. And I'm right. Yay. Isolate. Is this kind of confusing thing? I don't quite know how to think of it other than the fact that it's in dissolve. Okay, got it right. Hole in one. Healing. Okay, healing I've got I don't know. This one I don't know. Okay, that one's gonna take me a while. That one's not a straightforward one for me. So sickness radical, slaughterhouse, and heart. Well, the truth is, Kaipa, this is how I've been studying for a while, and the reason why I've been studying this way is that I've been trying to get back my Japanese. I studied Japanese when I was younger, and then I didn't use it for a very long time. I've been trying to get it back. In no small part because Japanese is a prestige language for VTubers, right? It takes the place that, you know, French does in a lot of other historical contexts. Or that English does in a lot of other historical contexts, for that matter. It has a place of pride among weebs. And so... So what happened was I started studying it. Well, you're seeing how I'm learning Japanese, which is, I don't know if I'd call this casual. I don't know if I'd call this casual. Uneasiness. I'm trying not to look around on, I've got my eyes closed for the moment here. Uneasiness, uneasiness, uneasiness. Tiger. Tiger. It's a tiger variation. That's the part that's going to kill me. And I was just going nuts. Hello, Vovern. Hello, Vovern. I was just going absolutely nuts when I would encounter a word in my, like, casual review. I would encounter something like a pretty casual review, and if I didn't know the kanji, it would just drive me nuts. So I was just like, okay, never mind. I am going to go back to the drawing board and focus on the kanji first. Otherwise, also a study day. What are you studying these days, Vovern? Eternal Storyteller. Eternal Storyteller. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Yuki Goomba. Welcome in, Burn Shadow 1075. Welcome in, Obsessor 23. Of course, welcome into Eternal Storyteller. Let me give you a quick shout out. Eternal Storyteller. What were you doing? What were you doing? House Flipper! House Flipper always seemed kind of cool to me. House Flipper is one of those, like, absolutely peak, high-tier level, job simulator type games. I never got around to playing it, but also hello, Neko-sama87. Hello, hello, hello. But yes, for the Raiders, my name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology. Currently, I am a VTuber. I am an old man. I love old things. I love calligraphy in particular. My recent project has been trying to improve my left-handed mirror script. So this is mirror script, Gothic. This is my actual handwriting. This is my actual handwriting that I am not embarrassed about. I really should thank Lux for giving me one that's like really easy to show off. This one I just kind of keep right underneath my desk. And so it's very easy for me to pull it out at moments like these. But I'm also pretty proud of it. At the moment, I am just doing some basic kanji studying. I have been doing the Hessig method for studying Japanese, which starts with learning 2,300 kanji before you learn anything else. So it is and I am at the end of it. We are at the point where it is not a matter of me getting through the book. It is a matter of me feeling comfortable with my level of memorization. And that current comfort level is low. I am a little bit nervous about what's going to happen with my Japanese once I get past this, because if I'm being completely honest, I like this part of studying Japanese. I like this a lot more than I like actually talking. So, that said, we did just due diligence, and I got it correct. Tsutomeru. Stomeru is probably a better way to pronounce that. I don't know if it's going to be Tsutomeru or Stomeru, because it's not going to be Stomeru. That was actually a couple weeks ago. A week or two ago, I had Inari. Inari came on, and she gave me some book recommendations, and I'm probably going to pick up at least one of them. I've got a couple things I'd like to work on in Japanese. I do got to get through some of my English books, though. I do got to clean up some of my English language books. I am really optimistic that I'm going to finish up Inked by the end of the week. Inked I really like. Inked makes me really happy. I feel like Inked might be one of those books that I'm going to find very easy to recommend to people going forward. Yeah, I do know. I've gotten through at least one or two of them since you've given them to me. The bigger thing is making sure that I get them in Nihongo, right? Because if I like reading them in English doesn't help at all. Yeah, I got through the one about the train one. I got through the train one. What the heck is arrogance? Okay, I saw it on the page, so it doesn't. So I will list it as a hard. That's my rule. I forgot to say to the Raiders. If you need to raid and run, please do so. Please do so. I do not wish to hold folks hostage. If you would like to stay here, that might not have been you. I did get halfway through the linguistics one that you recommended. I didn't finish it. The linguistics one was cool. Oh, it looks like ads are about to income. But yes, if you came in with the raid, please feel free to raid and run. I will not feel hurt at all, but if you would like to stay, and have a nice quiet night here, while I talk about manga and books and work on my kanji and my calligraphy, I would love that. Oh, hold up. That was supposed to be a, I wish Undo was a quicker button here. It's very easy with the keyboard, but yeah, I'm looking at it as a hard. You'll have mermaids in that. I look forward to it. I look forward to that. Atmosphere, I don't remember at all. Okay. Atmosphere is rain parts. That's actually not very difficult. Why was it so late in the book? That's crazy. This was like at the end of the book. There's like no reason for that to be so late in the book. It was in neither the rain chapter nor the part chapter. Still feel like I'm getting used to working with this brush. I said when Inari was here, I'll need to remind her if she comes by again tonight, that I said that I learned on Sable, and that's wrong. I double-checked. I learned on Horse. I have not used a Sable brush for calligraphy. It didn't seem right when I said, like, right after I said that I learned on Sable, I was like, that doesn't sound right. That just doesn't sound right. So, you know, it was Horse. Okay. So, got that one wrong, so that one goes back in the pile. Wheel. Wheel, wheel. Wheel was my favorite poem from Doki Doki Literature Club. I actually really liked Wheel as a poem, just on its own merits. I really liked Wheel. I'm pretty sure I did calligraphy of Wheel a long time ago. That poem rocked. Yeah, it's half. It's rain part is the atmosphere. Sometimes it makes sense. Sometimes I can't make it make sense at all. Wheel is car library. So sometimes they make a certain amount of sense. Acknowledges words endure. Endure itself is kind of complicated. So words, right? And then it's blade with a dot and heart, which is endure. Right? Prize, I don't remember. Prize, I think is like this. I think I'm wrong. I'm wrong. It's a homonym with wheel. Brutal. I mean, that happens a lot, actually. That's actually a lot of why characters will have these sort of things, is because of, like, sometimes the meaning will be one part of the character, and then the pronunciation, there'll be like a pronunciation hint in the other part of the character. That's fairly typical. I shouldn't act too much like I'm an expert. But that is what I've been taught over the years. What is parent? I forgot. Which is kind of complicated. Can I remember how to do which? Oh, ads are upon ye. I will be back in a minute. I'm gonna get some... What the hell? What the fuck happened here? Sorry, there's something that's bothering me here really badly. I'll be right back, but it's going to be on the wrong screen. And I'm back, and I'm back, and I'm back. Oh no, about protection. So this is a small streamer thing that I have an opinion on, which is it's worth making your stream itself pretty loud, because because you don't get to control the volume of the ads that come on. So if you make yourself and the default streaming state pretty loud, that means that your audience will have the volume set such that when the ads come, they don't get completely blasted by them. If anything, I actually kind of wish I could make myself like way louder than the ads, because that bothers the crap out of me, because the ads are like so much higher energy than me. All streamers should just scream so loudly. It runs into a problem for me, Vine. Yeah, it's like a little small technical thing on the background. Also, hello, Ryan the Space God. And of course, hello to Vine. Hello, Vine. Welcome in. And hello, SSX Vegeta. But hold on, I need to give the shout out to... Did I miss an entire Almantas and I just didn't think about it? Wow, I guess I was in the zone. Yes, Vine, folks. Vine is a cool... they are a cool bunny VTuber. They led to a little bit of funniness that has been happening repeatedly to me over on Twitter, where people have been like, I've been trying to remember, there's this VTuber who's got like a really cozy sweater and he's like an old guy. You're not the only one, Vine. It's been like 3 other people have done this in the last like couple of weeks. It seems like there's some sort of like cognito hazard going around. But it's true. It's a cable knit sweater. I love it. I love the cable knit. But Vine does a lot of peak streaming lately. But you've been at this for a long time. I only found out about you recently because of that, because you were looking for me. But I've been hanging around Vines lately. I like their place. I like their place. And they are doing a fundraiser for PCRF. PCRF is a wonderful charity and probably one of the more important ones going around these days. So, you know, as much as I would like your money, if you have the funds to spare for the PCRF, Vine is doing a fundraiser for them. So, check them out. Yeah. Of course. It is a little bit of a frustration. Palestinian Children's Relief Fund. So, yeah. Helping out, I would say the most vulnerable population on the planet. I think that'd be fair to say. Providing food and medical relief to the single most vulnerable group of people that are currently alive. So I think if I felt more comfortable with my streaming and where I'm at, I would probably be running a fundraiser. I'm still wondering if I should just do that anyway, even though I still feel very much like I am still kind of getting situated. Yeah, oh, that's true. I could just do that. Oh, my goodness, Anonymous, thank you for giving the gift sub to Vine. Vine, now you get to enjoy some of my very silly emotes. Some of the very, very silly emotes that I've got. I am a particular fan of Tank, but I think Dance and Burst are the 2 that are probably the most popular at the moment. If you haven't seen those ones around. Could evaluate tricks me up. Oh! Yeah, Tank is so good. I functionally stole that one from, it's functionally a remix of I should say a Almantas branded version of one of the emote categories from, what's it called? Omega Strikers. I'm so sad. Omega Strikers is like my favorite game that like really didn't make it, commercially speaking. You know, it was a games as a service game that just like didn't monetize sufficiently enough to survive. It's an homage. There we go. That's actually a good word. It's an homage. And one of the things that kind of makes me a little bit sad about the fact that it functionally failed as a game, like the older I get, it's still like kind of around, but queue times are like 20 minutes for 3-minute matches. So like, yeah, it's dead. Is that the all the character designs are basically just VTubers. They're extremely VTuber character designs. I kinda want to inflict them on my friend EG, because they normally do character design analysis of like Zenlit Zone Zero and Uma Musume and stuff like that. Stuff that's actually popular. But I do kind of want to get their opinion on like how much it's they are VTuber design. So all the emotes in it, not universally, but a huge amount of the emotes in it. And hello Mix. Hello Mix. Hello Mix. Oh, I should jump into the chat. Shout out Mix. Mix UAV. Mix is a frequent friend of the show. He is on here very frequently. I think once I finish doing kanji practice, I will probably hop into having OpenVC. But yeah, no, yeah, EG does also a lot of VTuber design critiques. I've done a couple of collabs with EG. EG's lovely. EG is responsible for, I think, the most unhinged collab I've ever been a part of. Which is our friend... Oh, no, I absolutely couldn't. No. Mix. Inari couldn't tell what the hell it was. Inari looked at it and she was like, that's bullshit. That is not a character. No, Nagi's name kanji is bullshit. It's a Junmeijo. It's total bullshit. Yeah, I can tell. By the way, tempering is Metal East. There we go. There we go. Yes, also I should have said, yes, Vine, please enjoy your time here. Please enjoy your time here. This is Nagi's name kanji, for anybody who missed this. It's nonsense. This kanji is like number like 5,000 in usage. Like this kanji is like so rare. It's absolute nonsense. It's extremely chuny of her. It's very on brand. But arrogance, yes, this will be the third time it's come up today. So person, earth, release. Makes me think about one of my favorite characters from Avatar. And I always forget his name because I only just think about the VA's name, because the VA is Henry Rollins, and it's extremely funny that they had Henry Rollins play a anarchist terrorist. I never quite get over that. I think it's deeply, deeply funny. Yes, I try to keep it comfy. I try to keep it comfy here. My usual rule about what I try to do as a streamer is that I want it to be pretty comfy, but I don't want it to be boring. I really try to keep things like at least somewhat intellectually stimulating. And a lot of my logic here is that part of it is spite. As is so often the case for artists, right? As is so often the case for artists. Spite is such a common motivating factor. And that spite is that I see a lot of... I don't remember burdensome at all. I see a lot of comfy games in particular, right? Like, I started this off and people told me I had a very comfy vibe, and I was researching comfy games to play on stream before it kind of turned out that I kind of prefer just doing traditional art on stream. And I noticed from looking at communities that focus on comfy games that a pretty large percentage of games that are successful in the space don't respect their audience very much. Like, they clearly have a certain, like, cynicism to them that I found kind of grotesque. Yeah, I definitely didn't remember this one. Horse fat. That was okay. I can do better. Yes, Mix has this completely correct, yes. A large number of games that are... I like writing the character horse. It's Fatoi. In Japanese, it's Fatoi. I know that it's also extreme, right? It's also extreme. But yeah. Calm. I'm gonna be thrown off here because Nagi's name kanji, she says it's the kanji for calm. This is not what we're looking for right now. We are looking for I also gotta fix my Japanese IME on my Windows machine, because, like, I can't actually type in Japanese on this computer. I end up having to go to jisho.org, type everything in Romaji, and then grab it from there. Which, admittedly, I don't have to do very often, because the limitation on my Japanese is, like, myself, right? It's me. The software is not really the limitation. All right, here's presence. Presence is pretty easy. I'm annoyed that it's got this low of a counter on it. Investigate. I think it's... this? Yes! I'm gonna put that one down as hard. Sorry, just going to fool around. There's something on the back end that's annoying me. Eves is... if I recall correctly, it's... how many kanji are there for love? That's a little bit complicated, right? That's slightly complicated. Japanese in general just has a lot of... yeah, that's overdue. That's a jawbone radical to do. So the traditional kanji that is... Japanese just generally has fewer words than English. And it's 2,000 something actual kanji. Well, I don't know that there is one that's distinct for familial love. So this is I. This is I, which is a pretty strong word for Japanese speakers. And there's a kind of famous thing that you know, a lot of Japanese translators, when they translate from English, kind of famously don't like using the word I, even though it's used all the time in English, just like love, and like a straightforward, simple translation would be, you know, aishiteru. And that's seen as kind of like a little bit too intense and almost kind of comedic. And so usually there's more indirect ways of doing it. This is actually the origin of the whole like this whole like comedy in the translation community around The Moon is Beautiful. Yes, that's true. That's true. This is closer to like Eros. But actually the understanding I have, right? I don't want to overplay my hand here. It's entirely possible that some people in chat know this better than I do. This character is the one that tends to get used for, like most types of, like in a romantic relationship. This is ski. This is the SU in ski. Ski desu ka? And so like, you know, I recently rewatched the, Evangelion rebuilds. And the, you know, Kaji asks Shinji, Misato-san ski da ka? Do you like Misato? And it's kind of got more the valence of like close to like having a crush than like just kind of generically liking something. Which for English speakers is kind of interesting because English, it's more often kind of the other way, where like sometimes you ask somebody like, wait, do you love me like you love a person, or do you love me like you love a coat? You know, as kind of a situation you find yourself in sometimes in English. Because we're very, I in particular, I know that I personally am very free with saying that I love people. I'm very free and very easy about it. Because I do love people. I find people very lovable. Well, it's tonal, it's contextual as well. And same with Japanese. It's also contextual in Japanese. Yeah, do you like or do you like? Yeah. That's a very like middle school thing. And when you get older, you tend to use that less often. But there's still like a certain amount of indirectness. Wow, this is kirai. This is to hate. You know, Misato-san ga suki desu ka? Ma, kirai janai tte, was I believe his exact response. I don't hate her. And Crash is fun. Crash is fun. It's Regiment Earth. I actually like Crash quite a bit as a kanji. Yeah. And also, I mean, in the case of English, the way that English, I should just also be clear, because, you know, somebody asked about the number of kanji. Remember that there's like maybe 10,000 total kanji, but most people know about 2,000 something kanji. And an English speaker typically has a vocabulary of like 20 to 30,000 words. A Japanese speaker will frequently have a vocabulary on the order of like 10,000 words. So a kanji is not the same as a word. You know, they can, like, a lot of words are multiple kanji or might not involve kanji, or there are often kanji that are pulling double duty and standing in for multiple words. So, like, there's not quite like a clean correlation there. And this is getting into like things about Japanese culture that I'm not sure how comfortable I feel about my level of knowledge on. Because frankly, my level of comfort and knowledge of even American dating norms is something that I still feel like I'm learning quite a lot about, let alone what I am learning about with Japanese, where I, you know, have never had a serious romantic relationship. Captive is Tiger Man. Yeah, they're kind of like morphemes a lot of the time. They're kind of like morphemes often. I guess they have an odd correlation, right? You're more of a linguist than I am. So I shouldn't overplay my hand here. That's wrong. Man, you should try a long-term relationship at some point. They're devastating. I'm not completely inexperienced. I just have not had one in a Japanese context. I think that's yeah. Ryan was pretty funny. Yeah, it's pretty good. Just like it's a drug. Graft is a good one. Yeah. It's worth saying, for anybody looking at this, these are Hessig's evaluations of how to assign these kanji, and sometimes I find them kind of idiosyncratic. Sometimes they are not the ones that I would use. And put that one down as an easy one. Skin also includes tiger. As you may or may not have guessed, tiger was one of the last units in the book. Skin. I made that too small. I made that too big, I'm sorry. I need to give myself some more space, so... That's supposed to be rice field. Yeah, this is one of those kanji that I'm not a super big fan of because it's very cramped in a specific axis of writing. This one's very cramped in the vertical direction. I think it looks ugly. I hope it doesn't make me a misogynist that my least favorite kanji that I've learned so far is the one for femininity. It's just very cramped. It's gonna have to be very careful with this. It's just very cramped. I don't like it. No room to breathe. Burdensome. We just had this one. It was horse for toy. Depends on the wave, you suppose. But yeah, and Mix is correct that everyone in Asia has tiger trauma. This is true. Just as kind of like an aside, in case people like haven't heard this one before, but I just always feel like it needs to be emphasized. The famous tiger mom of America, Amy Chua, is like a remarkably horrible person. Like, in case anybody was ever like had any doubt, and I'm not talking about her parenting, which I'll leave that alone for the moment. It's that what she actually, the claim to fame that she actually has and the source of her actual power in the world is that she is functionally a pimp for law professors at Yale. Like, that's like kind of what her actual source of power and the reason why she was able to like get a book deal and had credentials was that like she basically shuttles naive Yale students that are pretty to professors that have a history of sexually abusing their students. Intensely vile. So, yeah. Yeah. Very easy person to dislike on those grounds. Once I learned that about her, I was like, oh, Jesus Christ. Like, no, I'm being quite literal here. Yeah. Yeah, no. A merchant of flesh, as it were. You can't have that kind of relationship with Kaczynski and, like, not be one of the most, like, vile people on the planet. Livestock. 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 I believe this one is Mystery Rice Field. Yeah, chicken. Warrior. There's a couple of these that it could be. I'm pretty sure that even though I would say this is warrior in most contexts, I am pretty sure that this is... they have this as gentleman. So I think warrior is... like that. Oh, missed a stroke. Kaipa, I have some arguably bad news for you. I actually get along phenomenally with my parents. My parents, I adore my parents, and I look up to them very much. I get along with them very well. I have disputes with them, but they're often, like, intellectual disagreements. Well, I'm not gonna lie, Kaipa. It requires both parties being good faith participants in such a relationship, right? It's not something that, like, one person can force. Tassel is flag direction. No, it's door direction. Dang it. Missed a stroke. Hello, Edward Lopi. Welcome back in. Welcome back in. There is that. There is that. I mean, it's a thing that, like, is kind of worth emphasizing that, it's not always... There's a lot of cultural contexts wherein chosen family is not generally treated as superior to ascribed family or assigned family. There we go. That was pretty good. STEM. Grab, cliff, bold. Distance actually kind of fun. Wait, no, this isn't distance. This is long range. I'm writing long range, which is fun. Distant is less fun. I'm not getting it right. I'm not getting it right. Hold on. Earth, mouth, clothing, way. Yeah! Toy! Yeah, I think that was hard. Yeah, it does depend a little bit on how different and in what ways you're different, right? In what ways you're different. One of my in-laws, one of my sister-in-laws, oh, it's the only thing I'm studied up on, Edward Lopi. My actual Japanese speaking is horrendous. It is not there at all. It is very not there. What the heck is humiliate? I might have to fail on this one. I might have to fail myself on this one. But I've got in-laws who, they, like, don't, like, it's like my brother's spouse's family. They, like, don't have conversations. It's really weird. Like, they just kind of... It's like they're making Twitter posts out loud. It's really strange. I don't know. It's just they are just broadcasting, and they don't like respond to each other. They just kind of like shout into the void, and then if somebody else is talking, they just like kind of like go into wait mode. Yeah, and it's like how my sister-in-law has never made her I have been around them only a little bit. I've managed to duck most interfamily parties, and they do not like me. They do not like me. They don't like my little brother either, but they like me even less. And because I'm woke. I'm too woke. And nobody has made them sound pleasant. Like nobody has managed to make them sound pleasant. Even my sister-in-law makes them sound like absolute nightmares. And she's it's dang it. This one I like, and I got it wrong. Sheep, which is a pretty good radical, and then sign of the ox. Hello, Gingivitis. Hello, Gingivitis. It's like okay. Hold on. It's Skyrish. Hello, Skyrish Bear. Hello, Skyrish. Can I expect your collab mates to be crashing in here any second now? Okay, looks like no. Looks like it's yeah, maybe. Skyrish, how was Abyssus? It did seem like a cool game. From what I caught of your stream. Boingo da Doingo, great name. Great name. Love it. Thank you for the follow. Skyrish and your raiders, which I'm assuming includes Boingo da Doingo. Thank you all for the raid. You are absolutely allowed to raid and run if you so see fit, but if not, if you would like to stay here, my name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things, and I am currently doing some kanji practice. Because this is something I try to do off stream pretty much every day, is get through a couple hundred kanji of practicing. You know, this is memory, right? This is not learning new ones. I average learning less than 20, maybe like 10 a day. It's probably been my average over the last year. Last 6 months, 10, 20 a day. But it's a matter of, repeated practice to actually get anywhere. And it's also kind of fun to play around with the brush pen. When I went to find the category, it wasn't on Twitch. Incredible. Skyrish, I have to say that as a non-game streamer, that is very much not something I think very hard about, because to me, the non-game streamer, all games are kind of one category on par with art. It's just, it's always so funny to me when I actually do play games and it's like there's 80 bajillion. Oh, it's Deadbleed. Hold on. I'm now behind on shoutouts because I didn't get the shoutouts in for Niano or for Deadbleed. But it's been a while since I've seen you around, Deadbleed. So, Deadbleed's cool. She has a cool goatee avatar, and she does a lot of horror games. But yes, we are doing some kanji practice. All games bad. It's just kind of funny that, like, to me, I would be pretty comfortable with, like exactly. It's like 1 billion individual games. And it's kind of funny because I also know a lot of retro streamers, and so it's like 2/3 of all video games that humans have ever produced are basically just listed as retro. Like, that's also very funny to me. So it's like I would be fine with just listing like horror games, or like shooters or arena or extraction shooters. But then again, like, I'm not the one who's responsible for this at Twitch. I know that for a long time, Twitch was very resistant to the possibility space of being beyond, like, modern gaming. Yeah, genre-based, or if like tags were more of the discovery thing. I do understand why they do things the way they do. That doesn't mean I like it. She's like, isometric Risk of Rain too. I mean, that to me sounds like it's a tech demo. Yeah, I got to follow. Yep. Gingy's a pretty horrific little creature. Gingy's a pretty horrific little creature. You have bigger problems if you find the political tag. Let's put Gatekeeper. I wonder if searching Gatekeeper video game is going to produce like decent results. Oh, it did. It got me to Steam immediately. Wow, you're not kidding. This literally looks like Risk of Rain 2, but also Path of Exile. Like, amazingly like that. Yes, Skyrish is insanely late for you. Have a good night, Skyrish. Sleep well. Thank you for rating. Thank you for dropping off your community with me. If any of them would like to stay and listen to me ramble and study and try to be productive, I will be here for a while. We're not even 2 hours in. Yes, you must. Skyrish, please sleep. Please get some rest. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So Skyrish is in Scotland. So yes, please have a good night, Skyrish. Yeah, Skyrish plays so many games. Skyrish is like a gamer's gamer. Skyrish has like played more games than I have, despite being like 1/3 my age. It's pretty goofy. Drown was easy. Tassel. He's a youngling. He's a youngling. Even Kara gets to make fun of him for being young. Ooh, this one's a complicated one. I'm assuming this one is like almost never used by Japanese people because this one's like really ripe for like some very straightforward simplification. Let's see if I can even remember what the bottom half of it is. I can't. Hello, Ditigris. Yeah, I can't remember. It was Gem. This one's very ripe for some very straightforward simplification. Notably just replacing the X's in here with dots. Yeah, he is boy. SkyirishBear is boy, and he has played... He may have like played more video games than I have, just like in his life. It's actually kind of crazy. The dots would make it rain. Yes. This arm for your yeah, the wee baby bear. Yeah. The arm for your tablet actually works. Hell yeah. It rocks when you get an arm that's actually good. It's such a liberating feeling to have an actual good arm. I've got one truly good arm among all of my arms. Hello, Jojo the Joe. Aren't you a bucket of collard greens and cornbread? Listen, man, I actually really do like collards. I actually really like collards. Like, unironically, I'm in on collards. Basket, if I recall correctly, is bamboo. Dragon. This is one of those characters that's like radically simplified from Chinese to Japanese. Hello, Kara. Hello, Kara. Let me give a shout out to Kara. All my friends are stopping by all at once. All my friends are all rolling in all at the same time. How was Abyssus? How did you enjoy Abyssus? We just sent Skyrish to bed. Is giving Wolverine and Elsa at the same time. Nice. Nice. The actual phrasing that I gave my artist was, I want to look like Uncle Iroh, but dressed for Knives Out. And I think he nailed it. I think he did a good job. You have been playing favorite lately. It's true. Blue, we've done, also hello from nowhere. Hello. Good to see you. We've done Knives Out before. We've done Knives Out for movie night. I can look up when I did it. I know that this week's movie night is going to be Master Gardener and Naushka of the Valley of the Wind. Maybe not. Maybe you were. It's been a while. And the one of the double features I really want to do is Name of the Rose and The Little Hours. But yeah, Mix, this has actually been a recurring. This has been like a series that I've done. Is that yeah? I like how Mix immediately got the theme of that one. That's such a good combination. I'm so proud of that one. It rocks so much. But we've been doing double features of Miyazaki and Schrader films because I had been wanting to do one of my first ones that I had as a double feature to do was Mononoke and First Reformed. First Reformed is just incredible. And then it turns out what I learned when we watched First Reformed, that First Reformed is part of a trilogy with the Card Counter and Master Gardener. And so it's like, okay, let's just do Miyazaki. Like, let's do a Schrader. Because like First Reformed and Mononoke go together very smoothly. That's a very smooth, clean one. Yeah. But I didn't actually understand what Abyssus was about, by the way. Was it like, it looked like it was some sort of like co-op shooter. It looked kind of like Destiny. Kind of like Destiny. Why'd I do that? It's like Destiny, but better. To be honest, that is how I describe Warframe. Is that Warframe is Destiny, but better. Shrink, I believe, is Thread. In? Yes! Threads, and it's like Tavern. It's like Inn or Tavern. Halo is Destiny, but better. The truth of the matter is that Destiny is actually just really bad. Like, it's a very infuriating thing to learn in life, that Destiny is just really bad at what it's trying to do. Yeah, Destiny is Destiny, but worse somehow. It's actually kind of... Aside, if gamers are ever going to get mad at a company for, like, ruining gaming, like, Destiny should be, like, criminal number one. Shoot a roguelike about deep sea diver sub guys going... That actually sounds awesome. That actually sounds extremely up my alley, to be honest. I actually rather... I don't love roguelites, but I tend to prefer them... If you're going to do RPG mechanics, I kind of prefer them. Because I want to start new builds and try out new builds on a pretty rapid basis. Can't hear Paracolsa without rolling my eyes. I forgot that was a feature of Destiny because Destiny makes me so mad with its terrible gunplay and its terrible inventory and speccing system, and also having the worst DLC system that any video game has ever had. They added super fast cooldown mode. Super fast cooldown modes, I didn't play PvP Destiny at all, which I don't think should surprise anybody too much, given a lot of my biases. The idea of doing super fast PvP Destiny is grotesque, because like then you just like don't use guns at all, ever. Alright, I'll take it. That's leader. Prudence. Yeah, I played Destiny 2 for a while, and it just made me so mad how much it was worse than Warframe. Prudence. And I understand if you find, like, an 8v8 first to 20,000 points at 9.8k. Crazy. Crazy. What is this one? This one, I believe, is Sheen. See, I wasn't even thinking about that, Nano. I was thinking about the fact that it's, like, just so fucking boring compared to its own competitors. It just lacks the juice. It just don't got the juice. When you compare it to, like, has all the problems Halo does somehow. And it's just like, I didn't play it until after I'd been playing, like, Payday and Left 4 Dead and Warframe, and it's just so bad compared to those games, which is, yeah, like, it would have been better with no world building. It would have actually been better with no world building. Let me try to remember this. Navy blue, I believe, is thread sweet. Yep, thread sweet. I kind of made it look terrible, but it is thread sweet. Intuition. Intuition, I want that to be... It's something tremendous. It's something tremendous. Is it woman tremendous? Nope, it's tremendous power. It's tremendous power. Intuition is tremendous power. This one's kind of slightly unintuitive to me as a person who really does not rely on his intuition very much. I know a lot of people who, like, really rely on their intuition. I know people who are, like, huge advocates of, like, no, like, your gut instinct is almost always the correct one. And it's just, like, never been true for me. It has just never, ever been true to me. I'm convinced Bungie fans would be happy with the game set on a geometric plane where all the characters are floating guns. Okay, so if they didn't have the one-liners about duty and finishing the fight, I would actually think that that's a pretty sick idea for a game. I'm actually kind of into that. Like, I'm actually kind of like, I'm actually pretty amused and motivated by a game where you're just literally floating guns. Humiliate. We already had this one before. Oh, it's right above me. So I'm gonna count that as a hard. Oh, great. Lopi, have a good night. Have a good night. Sleep well. Sleep well. I would like to see you again sometime. I'm glad that you've stopped by because you, again, I think Lopi's a pretty cool streamer. Oh, I think I may technically not be following you. I'm following you on, like, other platforms. I don't think I'm following you actually on Twitch. I think you're one of those people who, like, I didn't want to follow while you were live. So I didn't. So I just never did it. So... because I just didn't want to call the attention to myself. There's the meme game Squirrel with a Gun. I mean... Squirrel with a gun, yeah. The thing about just being floating disembodied guns is that then you've got various small hitboxes. And nothing makes any sense. Just self-firing guns. Master Beast motocross helmet. And I did say this was, I was gonna put that one as hard. Oh, Demolition, this is an absolute nightmare kanji for me. I hate this one so much. Dreadful. Dreadful. I get it wrong constantly. I got it wrong this time! We play an FPS where we play a literal possessed handgun. I kind of like that. I kind of like that. Okay, a thing that people might not know because it's like a gun guy thing, and I'm not really a gun guy, but a couple of my friends are, notably Rooftop Nuna. Uh, the Sig Sauer P320 is a mass-produced gun that is rather popular with military procurement. And yeah, I know Nuna. You know Nuna? Hell yeah. That's rather popular with military procurement, and how does this one work? How does Delicate work? Is it Q, Mountain, Wind, Taskmaster? It is. Yes, Kaipa. Oh, okay. Ads are starting soon. So Sig Sauer, the Sig Sauer P320 is a, oh, god damn it, this one's right above me again. Terrible coincidence. Otherwise I probably would have gotten it. The Sig Sauer P320 has been a part of military acquisitions for the last couple of years. It's been a like standard issue firearm for like the Air Force and stuff like that. And it has a tendency to just fire at random. It has a tendency to just fire at random with like just recently an airman, somebody in the Air Force was killed by his own gun just discharging at random. So like this is like a real problem. And it's like could take down Sig Sauer as a company because like it's such a large percentage of all of their sales for the last couple of years. And the and Sig denies it. The Left Behind authors mention those guns like every other chapter. Yep. Sig is unsurprisingly a gun company that I learned about from Metal Gear Solid 2. And anyway, so the Mix has just made me think about that. An FPS game where you play a literal possessed handgun. And so I was thinking about a game where you play as a literal possessed Sig Sauer P320. And so you don't get to control what you're aiming at or where you go in the world, but you do get to control when you shoot. And so you're trying to do some Untitled Goose Game stuff with a Sig Sauer with a malicious possessed handgun. All getting shot Plaxico Burra style. Oh Jesus, yeah. Well, it's not actually, strictly speaking, the lowest bidder. It looks... Yeah, unsafetied gun game. There we go. Ion, it looks pretty clear in the case of the P320. What has happened is that the P320, that Sig Sauer just, like, literally bribed officials. They were not merely the lowest bidder. They, like, literally bribed officials and, were just, like... Other gun companies have been suing SIG over the trials, have been suing this, because like the way that you do it is that the requisitioning organization, like the U.S. Armed Forces or whatever, a private contractor, they'll usually run a series of trials on multiple different weapons. They'll put out a spec, different companies will bid, and the guns that they put out will be put on trial, and how they perform in those trials will be part of the acquisitions process. And SIG was just held to a lower standard during the trials. And so, like, unsurprisingly, like, H&K has been suing them. It may have best been that they're so in bed, and I might be simplifying down, like, personal connections to bribery. So don't take my word for it. There are actual informed people, and I am just kind of going off of my memory of having watched like YouTube videos about it. Not like actual like me knowing anything. I like this character a lot. We'll come back. I like this character a lot. We'll come back to this character. I've totally forgot where my camera was. I thought my camera was like fully like a foot and a half to the right. This is true. However, we are going to the BRB screen. I will see you all in a few minutes because I need to use the bathroom very badly. Never mind, I'm back. Uh, Big Ham. Never mind. I am putting on the. I snooze the ads. I'll be okay, Ham. I'll be okay, Ham. Big Ham. Big Ham. Big Ham. Big Ham. Big Ham. Big Ham. Scrandle gets its own category. Scrandle gets its own category these days. Jeez, we were just talking about this. That like all of crafting gets one category. I'm just in just chatting right now because I'm just studying. But welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Almantas. I'm a former professor of sociology. Currently, I'm a VTuber. I am an old man who loves old things. I do a lot of calligraphy. I may as well put that on screen. This is what my handwriting looks like when I'm trying really hard. I am currently just practicing some kanji, because it gives me an excuse to study and to work with my brush, and I like working with my brush. VT Frisk, thank you for the follow. How was the scrandling, Big Ham? I thought you were rigging today. I thought today was a rigging day for Hamathon. Also, welcome in George Chungus. George made many of my emotes. Hello, Big Ham. Hello, 9-Volt Worm. Hello, Mergobo. Hello, Renato _P96. Who else am I missing here? Hello, Kajiko. Hello, Ray Factor. Hello, HDTQW5. You wrapped it up with Scrandle? Excellent, excellent, excellent. Excellent. But yes. No, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. A few minutes isn't going to be a big deal. I am an old man, so I do use the hourly breaks to go refill my water and get an ad break. Get a piss break. It's a nice way to pace things out. Do I have a favorite kanji? Yes. Suzuku. I like Suzuku and Owari a lot. I have a favorite, and also hello, did I say hello, KK Saber? My favorite, I like the thread radical a lot. I don't really like thread by itself, but this is Suzuku, which is to continue, and this is Owari, which I find kind of a beautifully poetic kanji, Owari. You have probably seen Owari if you've watched Japanese movies, including anime, because this is often the kanji that is at the end of a film. It means to finish. And so Japanese film producers use it in the same way that you might see in an English language film or a French language film, right? Wow, I'm so much worse with brush than I am with steel. Wow. And Owari I really like because Owari is thread winter, okay? It's thread winter. Thread here thread in Chinese and Japanese has a similar kind of implication that it does in Greek mythology, which is to say that thread kind of implies like the fate of something or the direction of something. And so the fate of winter is that it ends. I've always found that kind of beautiful. I'm trying to think about what my least... Oh, I do know what my least favorite kanji is. My least favorite kanji is femininity, annoyingly. I do not like femininity. See, I already screwed it up there. Femininity is just a really, really cramped kanji that has 5 vertical lines all piled on top of each other. It annoys the crap out of me. KK Cyber, thank you for the follow on that one. Yeah, it's too much. It's too cramped. I can't make it look good. I'm supposed to like fit this into a square shape. It's dreadful. Masculinity is like a little bit better. Mr. Alice 10, thank you for the follow. Some of the other ones that what are some of the other ones I've really struggled with? This one I just dislike because it's ugly. There's a bunch that like I can just never remember, and it does drive me a little bit nuts that I like keep on going back to the same mistakes over and over again. That always gets to me. Yeah. I like the woman kanji. I like the woman kanji, even if I think I'm getting the stroke order wrong. I can never remember if the stroke order is like that or like that. And The Woman Kanji is actually a pretty good book I read back when I was studying Japanese from the 80s called Woman's Word, about the way that the woman radical is used in kind of like negative context and in negative connotations, and some of like the built-in misogyny in the Japanese language. The horizontal line is the last line. Dang, I kind of like doing the horizontal line first. Though I may wonder if that's a Chinese-Japanese difference. Because we have learned that the stroke order is slightly different for Chinese versus Japanese, right? It's like here's brush in Japanese, and that's the stroke order. In Chinese, the stroke order is you do all of the horizontal lines before you do the vertical line. But in Japanese, you almost always do the horizontal lines except for the last one. And then you do the last horizontal line in a set. And then you do the vertical line, and then you do the last horizontal line. So this is a unit of distance called a li. Oh, now we're in ads. Now you get to see the fan art gallery. Enjoy the fan art gallery. I will be right back. I need to pee. I'm back. Oh, do I need to, if you want me to get the camera closer, I can do that. That's not very hard. I've got 3 inches, maybe 2-3 inches, before, I have to worry about the brush. Probably like 5 inches. Before I have to worry about the brush hitting the, oh yeah, that's just unreadable. It's just unreadable. That is just unreadable. Yeah, that character, the one that Kaipa posted before that, that's Doctor, right? That's the Chinese for Doctor. Japanese uses a different character for Doctor. But I believe that the one that he posted is not the second one. The second one I can't even read. It's just it's just completely illegible. But yeah, Chinese for Doctor is projectile whiskey. Right? The Japanese for Doctor is just that. Yep. Yeah, that's yeah, the Japanese uses, strictly speaking, it does this way. Isha. Yes. So, yes. So this is projectile. This is generally understood to be like alcohol. And so, yeah, look carefully at the one at the Chinese Doctor, right? So it's this kind of like box thing with dart. This is dart. And then projectile here. And then all of that over, I say whiskey. So yeah. Projectile alcohol generally calls for a doctor. Yeah. And amusingly, I like this character that we're about to go into, Ugly. I actually like the character for Ugly. Because it is whiskey. Oni. Whiskey Oni is ugly. Minikui. I like it. Yeah, exactly, right? It feels relatable. It's a relatable kanji. Also, I forgot to say this because we got hit by the ads and I needed to use the bathroom quite badly. For the raiders, please enjoy your rest if you'd like to stay here with me. I will hopefully be done studying sooner rather than later, and then I will be going over to either calligraphy or miniatures painting. I think that if you like Big Ham, you will probably enjoy me, and for that matter, for my folks, if you enjoy me, you'll probably enjoy Big Ham. Big Ham is a very talented artist. She has a very wonderful model. I actually love Big Ham's model. It's one of my favorite models. Going around the VTubing sphere. She does pretty calm streams. A huge difference between me and her is that you will not see me tilting out over StarCraft 2. That is not something that you're going to see on this stream. For the fairly simple reason that I haven't even fired up StarCraft 2 since Heart of the Storm came out. Hello, Terakawa. Hello. Yeah, she plays StarCraft 2. She plays StarCraft 2. She'll take breaks from doing... She mostly does art, but she'll take breaks from doing art to do some StarCraft 2 ladder matches. The last one I caught was the day that you were trying to cannon rush. And you're like, oh, this cannon rushing's got to be so easy. And then you tried to cannon rush and you got crushed. It was pretty funny. I thought that was pretty amusing. I am unlikely with StarCraft. I can talk a little bit about my experience with StarCraft, but it's... I have a pretty deep bench of strategy games that I'd rather play more. I mean, I'm playing a strategy game on Thursday. I'm doing a Victoria 3 on Thursday. I'm doing an actual gaming stream, which is a lie because I won't be on my stream. I'll be a guest star on somebody else's stream. Well, the two of us play Victoria 3. But yeah, I'll be doing Vicky 3 over on Lady Saffron's. But yeah, I literally have not played since Heart of the Storm came out, and I just got so annoyed at the campaign for being like, come on, you want to push your select all military button? Come on, like you don't want to give up. You don't want to like control your units or like have a strategy. You just want to like press select all and right click on the enemy base and just hope it works out. Come on, you want to do it. Please do it. Please press the select all military button. Please stop using your hotkeys. I'm like, come on, man. I've been playing RTSs since Age of Empires 1. I have played every Command and Conquer up until Red Alert 3. I didn't play Red Alert 3. Like, I played Brood War. I know how to use control groups. I'm very comfortable with control groups. Like, please stop this. Please knock this off. It annoyed the crap out of me. Which has a funny effect of, I am pretty sure I've played a lot more StarCraft 1 than StarCraft 2. I am pretty, like, when I watch StarCraft 2, I absolutely, positively prefer watching Zerg over everything else. I think Zerg play is really fun and interesting. But I have by far and away played the most Terran because I've only beaten Wings of Liberty campaign. I've only been the Wings of Liberty campaign, and that's a pretty large percentage of all of my time playing StarCraft 2 is the Wings of Liberty campaign. That's incredibly unbalanced. Oh, and I forgot my final thing for glazing Big Ham, but if you look it up, Big Ham has an anime video of herself. She has an anime intro for herself, where it's an animation of her getting into a giant mech suit because of Big O, and it's Big Ham sung to the tune of Big O. It's very good. It's very good. But yeah, I like Amethy. I like her. She's good. She's a good streamer. She's a good streamer. Demolition is up there on kanji I dislike. But I'm just going to show off a kanji that I like just because it's hard. This is one I'm really surprised isn't more simplified in Japanese. This feels like a very traditional Chinese one. Gloom. But yeah, there we go. And humiliate, we've done this one a couple times before. I did the stroke order wrong there, so I'll redo that, but there we go. Hajiri. Emperor Seal. There we go. We're out of reviews. Hooray. Wheat Radical. They have this kanji as blame in there, but I don't think blame is really accurate. It's more like responsibility or duty or like something. I do like spinning as a character. Find it interesting that the happy character is written slightly differently between traditional and simplified kanji. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. Doobie doobie doo. Yeah. The character that kind of drove me a little bit nuts because it was the one where I thought that Japanese was primarily traditional characters. And then I learned that the traditional for school is, hold on, what does it look like? Is it X's on top? That's the part I can't remember. That's the part I can't remember. I can't remember. I think I did this right. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. I thought I did it wrong. 2 X's. Okay. I got it right. Whereas the Japanese for school is, in fact, like that. Which I don't even know if that's a simplified. Okay, yeah, spinning. Yep, spinning I like. Thread direction. Grab. Grab, I know I made a mistake on recently. But whatever. Easy. Kidney. The retainer muscle. It's the... There's a couple of simplified ones I don't entirely get. I mean, I mostly memorize with my hands, Terakawa. I am mostly memorizing with my hands more than anything else. Which is why you're seeing me do this, right? Like, if I don't do the motions, I can't remember very well. Katawada. Harm. Harm is kind of a cool character. But yeah, I am doing pretty rote memorization. I am not like memorizing things. I am not studying like a clever or cool way. I am just kind of going whole hog on my ability to like practice over and over again, and my patience for doing exactly what you're seeing me do on stream right now, right? I'll even go further and say that this is the only way I've survived. Right, this is the only thing that's gotten me through in life. Pinnacle and direction. I wish I loved Scrandle more. Nano, do you know why I don't love Scrandle? Do you know the obstacle for me with Scrandle? Yep, it's the meat. It grosses me out. I have done a little bit of Scrandle on the server, and I think I'm pretty good at it, mostly because I recognize that I am looking at photography, and I'm guessing what other people find aesthetically pleasing, and what they like seeing in their food is color. My biggest insight into Scrandle is scallion bias. People want to see chopped scallions. People want to see those chopped scallions. Drama, I think, is tiger, pig, cut. Yeah, there we go. I can't believe I got island wrong a few days ago. It's like literally one of the easiest kanjis. Well, okay, it's actually quite a few strokes, but it's like one of the first ones you learn. It's like, this is like a week 2 of Japanese level kanji. Yeah, I think honestly that might just be true of all scripts, and yeah, that's what happened, Blue, was that I wrote bird instead of island. I did it on stream too. I felt very silly. Discreets. And I'm trying to remember. I think it's this one. Yes, okay. Remembering the distinction between this and this is my current big hazard. Very, very similar. Very similar. Briar, if I recall correctly. Grass next. Ibara. Japanese phonetics is super limited. Japanese phonetics is super duper limited. They just have way fewer sounds than English or any other language I've ever studied. So phonetics in Japanese is actually really easy. They are just killing you with the writing system arbitrarily. There's only, I think 70 allowable syllables in the entire language, and there's only one consonant that you can end a sentence with. Not a sentence, a word with. There's only one available terminal consonant in the entire language, which is N. Literally cannot say, well, as in like the sounds themselves. Or as in the connection between the writing and the sound, which would be orthography. So before you learn, if you don't do anything with kanji, it's super easy. It's actually insanely easy. When people learn Japanese, I actually always recommend that they learn kana first, because if you know kana, you know how to pronounce everything in Japanese. Assuming I got this correct. Hello, Tilted Over. Hello, Tilted Over. Assuming I got this correct, yearn is feelings of youth. Or juvenility. Yes, got it. Shoppa. I get this one wrong all the time. But I got it right today. Let's go. Heart and child. Yeah, that's another way to put it. Yeah, heart and child. I always use this, when you do the heart radical on the left side, I always think of it as like feelings of. Because, you know, this is all, there's also the low heart radical, which is like slightly different. You'll be here and there. Don't worry. Well, don't worry about Tilted Over. If you want to come here and fall asleep, no judgment whatsoever. I actually don't... So kanji is the hardest part of reading Japanese. I don't think it's the hardest part of studying Japanese. I genuinely don't. I think the hardest part of studying Japanese... The part that stopped me with Japanese was keigo. I found keigo substantially harder than kanji. That said, I actually like kanji, so it's the type of challenge that I actually enjoy. Parking. Is it Horse Strange? Nope, it's not. Oh, keigo murders me. Keigo's really rough for me. And I wonder how much of my difficulty with keigo just comes down to like my deep Americanness and like my desire for a certain level of egalitarianism. I think I got this wrong. I got it wrong. I got it deeply wrong. Let's do it right. And then appellation is... Is it this? Oh yeah, but hiragana you can learn like really fast. Hiragana you can learn in like a day or two. Hiragana is very simple. Yeah, like always start with kana. Start with kana, not don't start with kanji, start with kana, but also like kana, you're not going to spend like 1,000,000 years in the kana mines. There's like 46 of them. There's like 46 of them. They're all very grammatical. They're pretty simple. Your Japanese journey will not get easier than kana. Widow. This one's always tricky for me. Roof 100 part. It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Widow's tricky, but I got it. I don't like this character. I don't know what it is about Benefit. I just don't like it. I don't know. Something about it just rubs me the wrong way. It's just kind of gross looking. Faction. I think this is what they're looking for. Yep. Yep. Sama, people of higher status, including deities, guests, and customers. Gochojin-sama. You've probably heard that before. If you've heard anybody doing any sort of like maid cafe nonsense, Okaeri nasai Gochujin-sama. Right? It's a common. Yeah, terrifying for a customer to be God. Yep. Recommend, if I recall correctly, involves the deer. Grass. And then it's like deer. I actually rather like the deer kanji. It's got this kind of like horse thing at the bottom. Yeah! Got it. Remote. Yeah, Okyaku-sama. There is a U in there. Okyaku-sama. You don't really pronounce... You kind of like underpronounce the U. But yeah, Okyaku-sama. Block up. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's just if you're familiar with Japanese orthography, you know that there has to be something there. Oh, this one always kills me. I don't think I've gotten this one right once. I don't think today's gonna be different. Oh, I might do it. Muscle. Half. Horse. I might have actually done it. I did. Was there a ton of ink still left in here, and it's just... It was just, like, not enough pressure? Was that it? Jesus, I feel crazy. Did I just need to, like, let some fresh air in? Is that all that it took? Because I put orange ink in here. I put, like, really orange ink in here. And it's just, like, all mingled in with all this black ink. It's gotten very, very dark. I did add orange. I added Fuyugaki. It's a bright orange. So I feel like I'm going crazy. Pursue is a character that I like. Oh, I did it wrong anyway. I said I liked it and I did it wrong. Like a dork. Shift. It looks like it's just black here. It looks like it's getting a little bit lighter. But yeah, it just looks like black to me. Shift. Shift. Is that shift? That is shift. Cool. I'll put that down as hard because I wasn't sure. Cadet. Smooth right there. Item. That doesn't sound right to me. Nope, it's wrong. It's harden. It's bamboo harden. Bamboo harden. An augment is bone upright. I'm making them suddenly smaller all of a sudden. I need to... There we go. Ceremony. There's ceremony and there's ritual, and I kind of get them mixed up. Think... This is ceremony. I actually kind of like this radical. Don't forget that. Yeah, I got it. It's like dignified, right? Genesis. Nice and easy. Instant. Instant. I want to say that's silver ticket. Yeah. Comet. There we go. Ear of the plant always kind of kills me. Ear of the plant is wheat radical, and then I always forget what this is supposed to be. I think it's favor. It's favor. Yeah, favor. Hot soot. There we go. Hemp hands is chafe. Yeah. Made it to the peak solo while chilling with you. Bad news. Cough. So vodka and ginger beer in the sinuses. That's gonna clean you out, as they say. I don't know. For some reason that verbiage always amuses me. Clean you out. Carrier is a boat projectile. Nice and easy. Window. I screwed this up recently because I forgot that part of it. Oh, yeah, roof. Public heart. Model. It burns, but at least you'll be able to smell everything. So true. So true. Unlucky. Yaku. Room. Shitsu. Yep. Roof climax. Tread is halberd. This is a part that kills me with Japanese. Is I can never remember how many crossbars to put on halberd for different characters, because sometimes it's just this, but then fairly frequently it's this. Drives me. I'm not. I struggle with that one a lot. Parking. What was it? Horse. I saw it, so I'm counting that as a hard. Hot water. Water easy. Oh, it's water piggy bank. I'm the dingus. One stroke off. Inscription is metal name. Duplicate is clothing. Summer. Fuka. Echo is cool. Echo is a cool, complicated-ass kanji. Echo is... Cocoon, sun, sounds, though probably better understood as hometown sounds. Yup. And then fabricate. Work mediocre tree. Alms. Banner. Childish travel. Yep, I did know that it is soup in Chinese. Yep. I believe it's this one. There we go. Above stated aforementioned, I believe, is words and then sign of the pig. Guy. There we go. Slacken, if I recall correctly, is thread. I don't know what else to call this thing. I really don't know what to call this thing. Demand. Demand's actually kind of a cool looking kanji if you ask me. Coloring is going to be grab. Shape. There we go. Esquire. This is how they do Sama, if I recall correctly. Which... I don't remember how they do it. I remember how to do Donal. But it's not Donal. It's not Donal. It's Sama. I feel like it had a weirdly long sheep in it. Okay, I'm almost had it. Dang, it does have weirdly long sheep in it, but not in the way that I thought. Dang it. Dang it, that one I had a long streak on. Harmony is wheat mouth. Easy. Dart is an easy character. Yeah. Goodwill is gentlemen show that they lack it. Tyrannize is tiger, rake. Consult with words next mouth. Got it. Nice and smooth. Glossy, this one throws me off quite a bit. Because it is prosperous, which is bent beans, which is always very funny to me. Yeah, gentlemen show that they lack it. Yep, yep, yep. And then color. Yeah, there we go. Oh, Vika! Vika sending her folks over here to chill out. Hello, Vika. Hello, Vika. How was the Gamescom? I know you were watching Gamescom today. How was it? How was it? Vika is a nice feral goddess from Australia. She does an excellent Gemma cosplay. She knows she's much more of a gamer than I am. She's got a pretty good setup over on her stream. I like watching her streams. I like watching her stuff. From Callut. I might be pronouncing it wrong. Chelud? Khalud? Selud? C is doing too much double duty in this dang language. We're doing too much. We're expecting too much of the letter C in English. Khalid? I still won't know. Chelud? There's a couple ways that could go, unfortunately. And horrifyingly, oh, which one? You're allowed to link it. I just saw that I just know that you were doing Gamescom because you knew that people were going to spoil it. Hello, Osreal Art. Hello. Do I need to go over to your Twitter and take a look at this to see if it's allowed? Thank you for the follow, Osreal Art. Oh no, I did not see that one. I'm sure they're lovely. Oh, I do remember like a million years ago, chat being like, yeah, you couldn't pull off Gemma, and then like you showed a couple of pictures of what you look like. It's like, oh yeah, she absolutely can. I was like, oh yeah, no question. Yeah. No, you absolutely have the body for it, the build for it, I should say. But yes, for the Raiders. Sorry, I like to show off that I can roll my R's. For the Raiders, I am Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology. Currently, I am a VTuber. I mostly do traditional art streams. My favorite traditional art is calligraphy. I am pretty happy with my abilities as a calligrapher. I like to roll the R's. Is very fun. It's very fun to flex on the other gringos. But yeah, this is my right hand calligraphy. I have been trying to work on my left hand. This is my left-handed calligraphy. This is what my handwriting looks with my left hand. So I'm feeling pretty good. I am getting through my kanji practice because I've been working on my Japanese of late, and I didn't get through my kanji practice before stream. So I am doing my kanji practice, which is also an excuse to play around with my brush pen. So I have been doing that. This has basically been a studying stream. I usually do this as a bit of a chill stream, and open it up to intervention by my friends, which I meant to do at the last ad break. I'll probably do it this ad break. I kind of want to get through the kanji before I did that because it's so, like, I'm studying. Anyway, Vika and Raiders, you are welcome to stay here as long as you like. I try to keep this a nice, relaxed, smooth place where people can just kind of chill out. I try to keep it intellectually interesting. I like to answer people's questions. I like to talk about what books I've been reading lately. I've been reading a really fascinating book the last couple of days called Inked. It is about Song Dynasty era military recruitment. One of the things that's really important about Song Dynasty military recruitment that I did not really think about, and I certainly did not study in any depth, that the Song Dynasty would tattoo their soldiers. They would give their soldiers facial tattoos of what regiment they were in as a means of controlling members of the soldiery. And so... Oh, Shadow Demon 930. Absolutely. Have a good night. Thank you for saying hello and for saying goodbye. You are absolutely welcome to. I've been really excited about this one. I'd love to, but you need to tell my work I require Almantas in my life. I don't know if you're just saying that you want to like hang out here longer and you need to get ready for work because it's lunchtime for you. But if you're saying that you have a job in Australia lined up for me, I would be curious about that. Yes, have a good night. Have a good night, Vika. Well, good afternoon. Have a good afternoon, Vika. Good luck with the rest of your day. And I'll see you around. I'll see you around. I do stop by Vika's place pretty frequently. Fragrant is grass heavy fire. You can be my door. Or bouncer, either you're built for it. Yeah. I kind of feel like you don't really need a lot of protection. I always got the impression that you were exceptionally independent. What about Dimension Door? I don't know. That seems like a weird thing to turn a person into, right? Look 2. God, this always screws me over. There's look at, look over, look to, and just look, and they all I get them all tangled up. I got it right this time. No Zomu. I actually like this kanji a lot. Actually a big fan of this kanji. And disconcerted. Okay, this one's a tough one. This one's a tough one. Disconcerted. There's disconcerted and disquieted. I think disconcerted is this one. And then I think disquieted is this one. Yeah, I got it. I can put that down as hard because I had to think about it way too hard. I'll just put this one down as easy. And flour. Flour's pretty easy. Rice part, pretty straightforward. Hona. Dwell. Okay, there's a couple ones that this could be. I think. Let's just go with the one that messes me up the most. Yep, Sumit. Okay. And we're back to Sama. The one that people are already complaining about here. Okaeri nasai gochujin sama. And learn. White feathers. Yeah, not out. Stretch radical. It's the stretch radical. Comfortable. This one I've made mistakes on quite a bit recently, but not today. Y'all. Oh, attack is a complicated one. Attack is a complicated one. Well, let's go one further. Attack is a complicated one. So, because it's the older version of dragon that you don't otherwise use in Japanese. And then clothing. I don't get it. Kind of glad I studied some Chinese for this one, right? And parking, this one has been messing me up all night. And I already forgot it again. Okay. Okay, and then diameter. Yeah, it's just kind of interesting that dragon in... So, like, this is... If I'm recalling correctly, right? This is the Chinese for dragon? Traditional Chinese for dragon? This is the Japanese for dragon. The Japanese for dragon is, like, radically simplified. Yeah, it's weird. So, like, this is snake, right? This is snake, heavy, but then sign of the snake is this. I don't know all of them off the top of my head. Rabbits. And then the sign of the rabbit. And then pig. And then sign of the pig. And then what's the... I don't know all the zodiac off the top of my head. Yeah, Usagi. What is the last one? What is the last one? Oh, sign of the dragon is so tiger is... Hold on, what's the bottom of tiger? I think this is tiger. And then sign of the tiger. Hello, Kobarubi. Konnichiwa, konnichiwa. It is 1 a.m. for me over here in New York City. Yeah, pig is basically house without the stick. Yep. I don't remember the other animals off the top of my head. Like, here's sheep, but I don't know if there's a sign of the sheep kanji. Well, this is cow or oxen normally, and then here's sign of the cow or oxen. Chicken is like this, I think. I don't know sign of the chicken, if that's a different character. I just legitimately don't know. I'm trying to remember the other ones. Sign of the pig is a boar instead. Okay, I thought this was sign of the pig. But you're saying that it's... Because this is boar in Japanese. This is boar in Japanese. Yeah, I've got no idea... How do you write monkey in Japanese? Is it just that? Is that monkey? I don't know if sign of the monkey is different. Oh wait, no, sign of the monkey is what do you remember sign of the monkey? Sign of the monkey is that. Michi. A bet. Please tell me if I got any of these wrong, by the way. Like... and indications, I believe, is king, worker. Stated that they're different. Oh, okay. Yeah, sometimes there's substitutions that just kind of aren't super meaningful. That just sometimes happens. Uh, let's dwindle. I always forget dwindle and dilute. I think dwindle is this thingamajigger. Oh, it's just the child kanji? It's just interesting. Interesting. I don't know what the rat kanji is off the top of my head either. I'm trying to remember them. What the heck is it? How do I write mouse? This character I rather like. Which will make it really embarrassing if I get it wrong. Yeah, darning. Heck yeah. Risk is a bit of a weird one because it looks like it's supposed to be sun, but it's not. Oh, and I get it wrong anyway. Precious, 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 precious. I want to say precious is... There we go. Yeah, I got it. Tatoi. Art. Wait, no. That's not art. I was about to do painting. But no, art is Resin Street. Yeah. I don't like that. I'm just going to redo that because I just don't like it. Woman. Somebody. There we go. Mediator. Practice is the thread of the East. Hello, Jade's Workshop. Hello. Welcome in. Hauser or cable. Is this... What is this one? I was about to write down chain, but I don't think it's that. I want to say it's thread harden. I don't think that's right. Nope, it's not. Wasn't that far off. Thread hardness. Strangle. It's definitely thread. Strangle. Thread. Whatever. If I have to think this hard, I don't know it. Well, I am doing all right, Jades. I am doing all right. I am doing some kanji practice, doing some studying. I have been talking with folks. It has been a lovely little night of relaxing. Rice plant. Please tell me I got that right. Excellent. Send back, if I recall correctly. Also, hold on. I forgot monkey has beast in it. Or I think I have that backwards. I think it might be... Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I got it. I'm going to put that on as hard because it took me a second guess. Face up. Yep, good. Parking. I have gotten parking wrong a million times tonight, but now I get it correct. Risk. I cannot believe I got this one wrong after trying to be a show-off about it. Like a fool. And then... Cable. And last but not least, strangle. Thread that mingles. Okay. Okay. Let's sync that up. Let's sync that up. We are about to go into ads, so enjoy the fan art gallery, and I'll be back in a moment. Hello, sorry about the longer than usual break. I was hungry. I probably should have said that, but I just dropped my marker cap and now I can't find it. There it is. There it is. There it is. I kind of want to paint a miniature, but now my hand is a little bit dicey. So I am... Let's put away the Anki. We don't need that around anymore. And... You know what I should have done? Should have... You're going on a trip, chat. You're going on a trip. There you go. Yes, because we're going over to the left hand. We're getting sinister in here. Okay. Okay, and let's play around with that angle a little bit. I think a little bit higher and angle it inward a little bit. And then tighten. Oh wait, no, that's not the opposite. That's what the opposite of what I want to do. That's loosen. Foolishness on my part. And yes, so keigo is the rules in Japanese for talking to people of different station than you in a given context. Me ue and me shita. Right? Me ue and me shita is the concepts. Above your eye and below your eye. And I don't know how much other Americans struggle with it. I struggle with it quite a bit. There's a lot of weird ways in which the grammar changes when you're talking to people who are and you're studying it, lol. Brutal. Keigo. I do not like studying Keigo. It was absolutely what broke me before when I was studying Japanese. I don't know if I will get through it on my current attempt, but here's hoping. I don't know how much I want to count on just, like, gaijin allowance for being bad at Japanese to get me through. I'm trying some different camera positioning to try to get some more elbow support. I'm mostly just gonna do warm-ups on this sheet of paper, and then when we also tell me how bad the tracking is, because I think the light is literally in the way of my tracking camera. And hello, Cat Magician. Hello, hello, hello. It's okay? Okay, good. Open up Mantis? Oh no, oh no. Hold on, let me do something here, hold on. That should be a little bit better. I just recalibrated a little bit. I'm in a very different position. Today's stream is brought to you by the letter G. Hold on, I'm gonna move some things around here. Oh, the camera's not reversed, actually. This is, I am writing backwards, Cat Magician. I am writing backwards because, I think it's funny because it's interesting. It's been an interesting thing to learn. And actually, hold on. Let me. The man's mind is reversed. I am now having the problem where sometimes I can't actually tell when I'm looking at things backwards anymore. I am actually kind of going a little bit crazy on that one. Oh, thank you for the almond, and hello, Emperor's Armpits. Hello, Emperor's Armpits, if I didn't say hello already. Don't think you had the chance to. Okay, I was just wondering if my memory is playing tricks on me or not. Sometimes I forget very quickly. Life after 20. I had a bad memory when I was like 5. Like, I've always had a bad memory. I'm making this way too small. What I've learned is that my memory is different for different things. If it's something I'm reading, it's pretty good. If it's something I'm doing with my hands, it's not bad at all. But if it's something that I've experienced, if it's just like hey, do you remember so and so, or do you remember like this party we went to? No clue what anybody's talking about. Always completely lost. Always completely lost. But like I do remember, like I can put down. I've had instances where I've put down a book for literally years and come back to it and not struggled to follow the plot. Like I've literally put down a book like middle and then just picked it up on the same page and it all came back to me very quickly. Basically seamless. But like anything that's like actual experiences, like the stuff that you're supposed to remember, nothing. It's very head empty up there. Very head empty for me in those moments. Well, it's not even being inebriated, because it's like... things I was stone cold sober for. I don't recall. I remember very, very little of being in school, for example. Yeah. Well, like, your memory has different, like... There's different ways that your memory kind of, like, stores things and, like, recalls things. And... From what I can tell, it's... I forget the terms for it. I think it's procedural memory is the one that I've got that's pretty good. You want to do an older school Y here? Bit an old school Y there. Just gotta take a look here. Something. Platforms. Alright. Yeah, I like that W. Time for the brutal letter D. I think D has been killing me less in mirror scripts, actually, than it does in forward scripts. It's possible my standards are lower. That doesn't sound right, though, right? It doesn't... I do kind of like these S's. I've been changing the S's a little bit to be like a little bit taller on the lower stroke. To be like a little bit like a 2/3, 1/3 ratio as opposed to like a 50/50 ratio. Which means like the crossbar doesn't work nearly as well. I can't really do the crossing thing as smoothly. Though I might just try and just... See, now it's like a Fracture thing. I might use that for a Fracture if I ever get back to doing Fracture. I've never really done Fracture as like a dedicated script study. All right. Take a big sip of water. Frankly, the marker runs a lot more smoothly if I, like, write with it pretty continuously. Giving it too much time to have air exposure without... It's Bug! It's Bugathy! Bugswell! Buggington! Shout out to Bug! I love Bug! How you doing, Bug? How you doing? I'm sophisticated. Sophisticated. It's my day off? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let me know if you want to hop in. Let me know if you want to hop in. I've set it up. Oh, and you put... Yeah, you... Oh, that's what you meant by sophisticated. You redressed me. You redressed me. That's what you meant. It took me a while to figure out what you meant. I thought I had done something different. I wasn't looking at my redeems or my model. But hell yeah, I'm glad you're having your day off. I'm glad you're vibing. Lowercase p has continued to be a bit of a nemesis for me. Pretty drunk. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. I mean, wouldn't be the first time that I've had drunk folks on. See how fast that was? Oh, and I'm suck. But yo, Bug, yesterday we were speculating on if you made, when you make partner, if and when you make partner, how you might change your name to be 4 letters long, because you're just Bug, and I don't think they really let you do 3 letters for partner names, but do let you do 4 letters. And one of the ones I'm not sure is legal because I don't think they let you put periods in your name, but I think it's really funny, was just Bug with a period. The other one I really liked was Bug with 2 G's. Yeah, Bug period is super good. I don't think that's legal. I don't think that's legal because I just think that they don't allow... I think period specifically is going to be disallowed because of URLs. Because of how URLs are structured grammatically. I know we can use underscores, but I don't think Bug underscore is super good. There's also Bug. I kind of like these ones as well. I kind of like those as well. I don't know if they let you use other exclamation, other punctuation marks other than underscores, because they let you use question mark or exclamation point. Those would be really good as well. Bug. I think the upside down question mark would be really good. But I think we're limited pretty much. I've got a sock model. It's a sock. It's a sock. Hello, Numi. I love the sock. Hold on, if you haven't seen this, this rocks. This is super good. I love doing this. Oh crap. knocked over my jar of tagine. There's a real one. Face reveal. Almantas face reveal. I love it so much. It's so good. It's so good. Yeah, both of those were made by Lady Saffron, who I am seeing on. I'm going to be streaming with her on Thursday. I'm gonna be with her on Thursday. She's me and her are going to be playing. Me and her are going to be playing Victoria 3. Which is, I think, like my most played game on stream. Obviously, just chatting is my most streamed category. But speaking of which, I should probably change my category over to reading and writing. Should this be writing, or should this be should this be writing or art? I feel like writing is actually kind of more accurate. I don't know. I don't know. These P's, these lowercase P's are killing me. Bug is bug. I like bug a lot. Bugathy's good folks. Isn't writing an art too? I know, right? It's confusing. I've usually put calligraphy as either just chatting or as art. But also, like, the writing category didn't exist until relatively recently. For a lot of the time that I've been streaming, it didn't exist at all. Sorry, I'm just moving around some of my armatures. Bonkin. My microphone's a little bit far away from me. Baggy. Yeah, they shuffle around on the categories periodically. When did they add games and demos? That one feels recent to me. Retro, I think, is old. Well, there's not a lot of people who do calligraphy streaming, right? It's me and it's like me and shitpost calligrapher. Oh, Games Demos is old. Okay, I'm just wrong. And I genuinely don't remember the last time I saw Mia live. So. I could have just missed them a whole bunch of times in a row. Like, that's entirely possible. I just feel like I haven't seen the shitpost calligrapher live in like a year, maybe more. Just gotta practice these P's. My P reps are not good. Newest category is all creative. Okay, okay. Miniatures is also a new category. And that one I can say with confidence because I have frequently streamed miniatures as Warhammer even when I wasn't doing Warhammer minis because there wasn't a generic miniatures category. Beauty and makeup, that sounds new to me, yeah. Art and music aren't super new, I don't think. I think art and music are pretty old. Music is a tough one. Music is a tough category that I think that they need to think about a little bit. Oh, there's a bunch of newer music categories. Okay. I've only ever seen the music category, but I'm also a very not musical person, so I haven't thought about it very hard. DJs is pretty new. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense to me. Yeah, I've seen people use music for karaoke and for composition and for other musical instruments, but also for, like, we're going to listen to music and, like, talk about music. So I do feel like there's a pretty big difference between all of those, between, like, composition, performing, and consumption are all, like, very different. Admittedly, that's, like, me thinking about it as the way that I think about art in general, where I think, like, the division between consumption and creation are very different. So that's also true. I don't know that I've ever seen anybody doing classical composition. I'm sure, again, I haven't looked very hard, so I wouldn't doubt it. But when I said composition, I did mean people doing, not like editing, but like, I still say I still think of it as composing if you are writing a song digitally. If, like, you are starting from, like, a blank lack of music to a series of beeps and boops coming out of a synthesizer, that's still composing, right? That's still composing, even if it's not, like, being a classical music composer. It's still composing, yeah. And I'm sure that there are people who are doing, like, I have rough music, and I am turning it into clean music. That's about what I think. Yeah, there's a lot of improv. Yeah, I'm certainly think that if you're doing like just making, yeah, they are there. Yep. If I ever got Grizzly to be on Twitch, he would just be playing guitar. He'd be like noodling around on his guitar. I think that's the best P I've done with my left hand in a while. I will say that, like, the guitarists who are on YouTube are something crazy. Those guys are nuts. Food and drink is a good category. Yeah, food and drink is a good category. That one doesn't feel super new to me, but they also added it like not long after I started streaming, which I guess makes it new, right? That's like 2 years. I've been streaming for about 2 years. Well, I'll have been streaming for. I just had my second anniversary, right? This spring I started streaming. It feels, I guess it's like not that new, but like it feels pretty established to me. I wouldn't mind if they separated it into like, again, production versus consumption, right? Like if they had a bit of a distinction between like eating versus cooking. If they had like cooking as a specific category. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. I do wonder if there's some way that like the Legos one could be made more generic sounding. Because that was the thing with miniatures and models, right? That miniatures and models used to be Warhammer, which is like super confusing. It was like super confusing for like me using it. Like I would periodically, I actually tend to stream it as just chatting, rather than as Warhammer after a couple of attempts. I don't like this way I'm writing P's. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I keep doing it, but I don't like it. It's better, but still got limitations. Yeah, that's the thing, right? That's the thing, right? Like, I kind of want it to be more generic because I want to include, like... Yeah, puzzles, I kind of want it to include, like, if somebody for some reason wanted to work with, like, connects, or something like that, it would feel more straightforward. But assembly arts is just, like, not an accessible... There's not, like, a no-in term, right? So I don't know what to do about that. I don't know what to do about that. I feel like... Yeah, construction toys... like there's a huge second tier market for minifigs and stuff Lego don't want to produce. Yeah, brick building might be the one to do it. I don't like we don't really have a term for it is the thing. I think it might just be like a lack, like an absence in English, because I think we all kind of recognize that like Legos and Duplos and erector sets and connects and I keep on forgetting what the other one I was thinking of are all kind of the same general activity, that they're more connected to each other than any of them is connected to like Gunpla. Or like other forms of modelcraft. Like they're clearly something else. They're clearly something else. But like I don't know what the term is. Yeah. I think Lego might be the best one. Yeah. That would be so funny if somebody did literal bricks and mortar building. Isn't there a science? Is there a science category? What do those paleontologists do? What do those paleontologists do? Because there's a paleontology channel that I follow, and they're pretty cool. There's a couple of scientists I follow. That's science and technology. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. I get you. Now I'm following. I'm such an academic that I associate science and technology closer to art than I associate it with like anything else. Then I associate like art with makers and crafting. There is literally a paleontology team. I think they're strictly speaking, yeah, no, they are paleontologists. They're actually paleontologists. They're not archaeologists. They're specifically paleontologists. There is a paleontologist team that will stream themselves doing digs. It's actually pretty cool. It's really cool. There we go. That's pretty good. It was actually really cute. That I remember rating them a million years ago. I'm gonna look them up. I'm gonna look them up right now. I remember rating them like a million years ago, and they thought that VT just meant Vermont. They had no idea what a VTuber was. I just didn't bother correcting them. Yeah, there's something, right? They got 34,000 followers. I'll give them a shout out. I like these guys. They don't always do digs, but like you can like see them if you go to their like some of their VODs and stuff. You can just see them like digging dinosaurs out of the ground. It's super cool. Oh yeah, McAllister, you've been here for hours. I was like, oh hey, it's McAllister. It's like, oh no, you've actually been here for forever. Okay, there we go. That was a little bit better. I think I need to crowd these a little bit more, which is a challenge. Okay, so I think beyond cooking, it would probably be a couple more education academia. Yeah, I think so. Hello, Lost in Mikar. Thank you for the follow. That last one's too broad. Oh, a Rinny's guy. Yeah, they have a podcasting category, and I kind of don't know what I'm supposed to do with that as a person. Because like I think about what we're... Well, so here's the thing, Andromeda. Here's the thing. As an old forums guy, that's actually good. Because you know what it means when you have a tiny little hell zone that gets all the debate bros go into. Yeah, here's a containment zone. Yeah, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Admittedly, like that's a thing that like you kind of want to go back and forth on a little bit. It's not like straightforwardly clean, whether or not that's a good thing, because it can also be a festering zone, right? That can also be a place where like they all make each other worse. Just chatting, but serious business. Yeah, it's a little bit of a challenge. I'm not gonna lie, my biggest thing that I want from Twitch, above all else right now, if there's any single feature that I could get from Twitch that I don't think is like remotely unreasonable, that I just think is like a reasonable ask that they can probably execute and probably won't break the entire goddamn website, I would really like... A second here. I would really, really like them to allow me... I'm gonna break my tracking like crazy for a few seconds here. Apologies, I'm messing with the camera. The physical camera is being goofy. Okay. That should be good. The main thing I would really, really like from them is I would like to be able to start shared chat before I am live. That is absolutely my number one thing I want right now. That is absolutely number one. I feel like it can't be that complicated. I would also like possibly even more to be able to do shared chat through an external API via an OBS. I would like to just have an OBS plugin that lets me do that, as opposed to having to have a browser open for doing shared chat. That would be really nice. That would be really nice. I think the reason for both of them being set up the way they are is because they want shared chats to be spontaneous rather than planned. I think that is the reason why it's set up that way, is that the vision for shared chat is for it to be highly spontaneous, which is how almost nobody actually uses it. Almost everybody who uses shared chat uses it for like really pre-planned ones, and I would like them to be testable. So I just want to clarify for Andromeda, the reason why I'd like them to be able to work well offline is because then I get to test before I hit live. That's actually the biggest reason, because I really do not like doing tech troubleshooting in the middle of a collab. I have been relatively lucky with mine. I know people who have done collabs that were planned for like 2 or 3 hours long, and they spent an hour doing tech stuff live on air. And this one breaks all the time. Stream together breaks all the time. It is one that's very finicky. And so that's a pretty good P right there. And so, yeah, I would really like it to be so that, like, if me and Mix, right, do a shared chat collab, 10 minutes before the collab starts, me and Mix are in a voice call, and I type test into my chat window, and it shows up in both of our chats. I would like to be able to do that. I would really, really like to be able to do that. That would make me much more enthusiastic about the feature. Best Under Heaven, they are not. They are not Best Under Heaven. I'll draw a Q right now. My Qs are much stronger than my Ps. That's a cue. Yeah. Yeah. No, the camera is not mirrored. My brain is mirrored. Yeah, there's a camera mirror. There's a camera flip. But no, I'm writing backwards. I'm writing in mirror script. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. Oh, that's a pretty good idea. That's a pretty good idea. That's a pretty good idea. I'll need to think about that because I don't have that deep of a sound library for like jingles and stuff like that. There's a quasi-practical reason. Not a real practical reason, but a quasi-practical reason. So, I am actually right-handed. Okay? This is my left-hand handwriting, and people say they think it's pretty good. This is my right hand. My right hand is so much better than my left hand. I am actually right-handed, but my right hand has a little bit of carpal tunnel tightness lately. So I could just like stop doing calligraphy streams for a long time, or I can work with my left hand, and that's what I've been doing. I've been doing left hand practice. I've been doing left-hand practice. First day was July 24th. Oh, you flipped it back? Yeah, you flipped it back? Yeah, the flip is cheap. Oh, I have it upside down. Yeah. This was a luxury. This was an anniversary message from my friend Lux. When she had her affiliate anniversary a couple weeks ago. So, like, you can see, like, that there's a huge difference in skill between my left and right hand. A really huge difference, which shouldn't be surprising, right? I don't think that that's weird. I really genuinely do not think that that's weird. That I would be much, much better with the dominant hand that I have multiple decades of experience working with. It is not perfection, please don't say that. I can spot flaws, but it has much, much fewer of them than my left hand. My left hand has a lot of flaws. My left hand is getting a lot better. And McAllister, I don't have the brace on permanently. I put the brace on for like a couple hours a day. I take it on and off periodically. So the reason is that I didn't want to stop doing calligraphy streams because frankly, gaming streams are just not as fun for me as calligraphy streams. I just like doing calligraphy streams a lot more. I can say that the motion for doing miniatures painting is different enough that it doesn't really hurt that bad. It's not really the doing mini painting like stresses the hand a little bit, but not really that bad compared to doing calligraphy. Doing calligraphy with my right hand, I really need to be very sparing with at the moment. I do think I probably need to be icing and restraining it more. I've started like eating with my left hand recently to try to take even more strain off my right hand, because it's like one of the big things that I do with my right hand is eat. And yeah, I feel like I am a gamer when I talk to my IRL peers. When I talk to Twitch streamers, I am not a gamer. I am just not a gamer compared to like other people. Compared to like my professional peers, I am not a gamer. No, I did not, because I don't want to pay for PT. I did talk to some other people in the community who have like experiences with carpal tunnel or are themselves PTs, but in a non-professional advising stance. Basically, just do some gentle stretching, ice it periodically, try not to use it is basically the gist of it. So... turn it off and on again? Yep, basically. 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 Oh god. Yeah, you can see that X is pretty badly flawed. Resistance bands. Resistance bands. I have a ton of resistance bands, but I think the resistance bands I've got are, like, crazy. Race with Iron, like, Guts the Iron-Handed. Who's the, There's also a Venture Brothers guy who did that. Whoa, ads be upon ye. I will be back in a minute. Enjoy the fan art gallery. And I'm back, and I'm back, and I'm back. Had a real moment of being glad that I'm not a facecam streamer because there was some food in my teeth that would have gotten me I've gotten me canceled for sure. Ugh. These peas. Get in there. Get in there. Hana, come on. Come on. I think people just think it looks weird. Oh yeah, Andromeda. I am not shy about hydrating and eating. I take care of myself. This streamer takes care of themselves. I run 20 kilometers a week. I do not get good sleep. I'm not going to pretend. I'm not even going to. I can't say that with a straight face. I was about to, and I was like, I can't actually say that with a straight face. That is not true. But I do eat. Yeah, the bad sleep club. Yeah, no, I've got horrible sleep. Yeah, it would have been. Yeah, that's not remotely credible. It is not secret lore. Yeah, I do eat well. I do eat well. A lot of cabbage, a lot of bananas, a lot of tofu, a lot of onions and garlic. Yeah. A thing that's a little bit crazy making mix is that among VTubers who have had my cooking in person, it has been a lot of people who do not really enjoy eating food very much. The first VTuber to eat my cooking was Kari, who just like, you know, the second was Saf, and Lady Saffron orders animal crackers in bulk. Is her palate. She's partially blue. Blue and pink. She has very vibrant colors. Yeah, I knew somebody had her emotes in here. Oh, I'm starting to get somewhere. I think Nagi would actually really like my cooking, to be honest. There are absolutely people who do not like my cooking, and I'm just kind of comfortable with the fact that there's just like people who don't want to have instant noodles with cream cheese and tomatoes. I am actually still kind of like nauseated by seeing Ghosty Sage's cooking. You don't want to, yeah. Some people don't want to enjoy cooking. Some people don't want to enjoy it. A VTuber who Mix probably might be able to guess who this is. I'm not gonna say who it is because I don't know how open this one's about their location and everything. I remember them relaying to me that their position on food was that they really wished that you could just eat one gigantic meal when you're like 1 year old and just be full for the rest of your life and never have to think about food ever again. It's like, damn, I put effort into making cinnamon rolls. Yeah, you know who it is. Yeah. Okay, I think I'm getting a better handle on this part of the P, because it's this part that's been killing me so far. Fair enough, fair enough. Fair enough. I think I'm a very good cook, to be honest, but it's... I haven't gotten to cook some of my favorite meals for a lot of people. Andromeda, there's a YouTube video for you. Your brother's a good cook, Mix. Hold on. There we go. It's bad. I was trying to remember what the name of the channel was. Niano, I flat out consider it a failure. I flat out consider it like a huge failure on our part that I did not get to bake peanut butter cheesecake with you while we were at Offkai. I just flat out think that was a failure on our part. We just failed Offkai in general by not doing that. Oh, speaking of pets, just like a kind of a brief aside, this thing about like kibble and how it's like the main thing that we feed to pets, but it's also like not good for them. I read an article today about hermit crabs. I knew that people were not treating hermit crabs good enough, right? Like I worked at a pet store. Those hermit crabs were being devastated. Like it was horrifying. And I did not realize though that hermit crabs live for like 30 years with proper care. Pickles, have a good night. Have a good night. I'm glad that you're here. I hope you were having a chill time lurking. Yeah. Yeah, hermit crabs have a life expectancy of like 30 to 45 years. They're also like fiendishly hard to breed in captivity. Because the hermit crab life cycle, the same. Yeah, no, that was really good. Stuck in their shell during molting and die that way. Yeah. So like, there's a couple of the things that like. So one, the thing that I thought was really interesting about their breeding cycle is that the first two life stages of a hermit crab's life cycle are entirely aquatic, but their third life cycle, which is the part that you see, is primarily terrestrial. So like when hermit crabs lay eggs, they like lay them out in the ocean, and then they're like aquatic for like a pretty long stretch of time. Like they're ocean. They're just like full open ocean creatures for like a long time. And then they walk onto land, right? And they become the hermit crabs that you know and love. Another factor that like really affects their lifespan in captivity. How do they breathe? Oh, they have gills. They've got gills. In fact, that's actually like the main thing that kill. They're the two things that really kill hermit crabs in captivity. The biggest one is humidity. That was absolutely the thing that was killing the ones that I was working with. Was like we could not keep them humid enough for their gills to function, and they would just suffocate. Horrifying. And so like they need like a really high level of humidity for their gills to like function on land. The other part is that when they're molting, they burrow. You want them to have like this length, like this depth of like sand and terrain for them to burrow into for molting. They like to hide while they're molting. For the understandable reason that like even their other hermit crabs can just eat them extremely fast while they're molting because they're, molting. So that's, I don't know, it made me pretty sad. Especially knowing like how often hermit crabs die incredibly fast. Wrong angle entirely. The Lobster, McAllister and the Lobster is like my favorite movie. Lobster is like actually one of my favorite movies. It's like a top 5 movie of all time for me. It's like up there with like In the Mood for Love and stuff. That's like one of the top movies I really want to subject us to for a Discord movie night is The Lobster. Yorgos Lanthimos is legitimately one of my favorite directors. If I were to list my favorite directors, it's probably like Lanthimos, Lynch, Cohn, and Yuasa are probably my favorite 4 actors. Not actors, directors. I also really like Phoenix. I have not disliked a single thing that I have seen Joaquin Phoenix in. I have not seen the Napoleon movie. So, I have not seen Napoleon. So, that one might be pretty dreadful. But I have, yeah, but yeah, I really like Phoenix. Yeah, the Lobster rocks. The Lobster's so good. I think it's my favorite Lanthimos, but I think general opinion, and I understand why, is that Killing of a Sacred Deer and Dogtooth are better. And I understand why. Like, I understand why people would say that. Killing of a Sacred Deer is some shit. And Dogtooth is. Dogtooth, man. There's a movie, Dogtooth. I just have no idea what I would pair the lobster with. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Yeah, it's... I think I did have something... I'm gonna pull up, I've got a spreadsheet where I've got all of my ideas for stream movie nights. And I've also marked down, like, when I've watched different ones. It's getting to be kind of an unwieldy, spreadsheet. Lobster... Did I have anything with lobster? I can delete that line because we did see Moon. Spirited Away. Oh, that one actually. I also had Beauty and the Beast on the list. Oh god, I paired Killing of a Sacred Deer with Hangover. What a choice. Oh. Since Blue brought it up, when did we watch Knives Out? June of 2024. June 19th, 2024 is when we watched Knives Out. I don't think we paired it with anything. I think maybe we just, like, hung out. Oh god, I forgot about doing, John Dielman and Kiki's Delivery Service. We've never... That's so good. I was on one. I was on one with some of these. That's such a pairing. That's such a pairing. Kiki's is on here twice because I also paired Kiki's Delivery Service with Stalker. I don't know how many other these aren't all completed. These are like proposed. I've got the proposals and the completions in the same spreadsheet, and I just mark the date when we watched it, if I completed it. Yeah, I like to do Discord movie nights. If somebody wants to type in Discord, if somebody wants to give the link, bad. I like to do Discord movie nights where we pair a serious kind of artsy movie with a kind of like more lighthearted movie that's like thematically connected. And sometimes the themes are like kind of weird. Like I did Kinds of Kindness and Game Night together, just because they both have Jesse Plemons in them. I just like Jesse Plemons a lot. He's just an actor. I just am happy to see Jesse Plemons on screen. Just somebody I like to have on screen. Sorry to bother you, and What We Do in the Shadows was a really good one. Primer and 12 Monkeys was a great one, even though both of those are about the same level of seriousness. Bad P. I love 12 Monkeys. 12 Monkeys is great. I've just got the spreadsheet open, so now just like distracted by it. Oh god, I forgot about doing Barry Lyndon and Scott Pilgrim. What a great one. If you haven't seen Barry Lyndon, folks, if you like war movies, Barry Lyndon is like the best war movie. Barry Lyndon's super good. Yeah, 12 Monkeys is a great movie. Barry Lyndon was super fun. Doing The Great Silence and A Knight's Tale together was a very good combination. That one I'm very proud of. Last Christmas was Tokyo Godfathers and Muppet Christmas Carol. Yeah, some of these pairings rock. Some of these pairings I'm very happy with. Some of these were less powerful. Hunt for the Red October and Conan the Barbarian was just kind of okay. The Mummy and the Mummy was really good. Those two together rocked. The Mummy and the Mummy rocked. Trying to think about what other letters I really am having this much trouble with other than P's. P's are like a real bastard for me right now. See, that was just a sloppy mistake right there. Hello, Alexander Tollum. Hello. So I do think, yeah, I'm just, they've been frustrating me. Thank you. It's, the credits are in my About page, but I think they're all by Nobu over on, Dova Syndrome. She has generously made her music available for all uses with or without crediting, which makes me even more inclined to credit her. I should write her a thank you note one of these days. bad peas. I'm losing track. I'm losing the thread. There we go. That's a bit better. That's a bit better. But yeah, I guess this is one of those things that like is not as obvious because people have mostly been coming here after they, you know, that was on decades of experience. Is it like this is a fairly large percentage of what studying calligraphy looks like. Just over and over and over again. I'm gonna finish a line of P's, then I'll work on X's, because X has also been a real bugbear for me. I find it kind of interesting that I think with my left hand, I'm using more of my arm muscle than I do for similar forms with my right hand. It seems to be about... which I know is supposed to be a good habit, but I'm still kind of weirdly fighting against it. Because the idea being, right, the idea being that when you use larger muscle groups, because they are larger, they're intrinsically more stable, right? It's like there I was like shifting my entire arm down from the shoulder. And it got pretty straight. Bad letter form overall, though. That one I fall too far. I fell too far on. Unsteadiness there. I don't know how obvious it is what I'm doing differently with the ones that I like more. It's mostly that I'm kind of so I'll start with the first part of it. So we've got this right here. We've got the spine. And then it's this part where I come up here. This is where I tend to make the difference in what I like. Is I come up, right? I do the hairline upwards. Then off of the hairline, I am pulling in a little bit closer to vertical on the ones I like more. Because intuitively, I kind of want to make the same shape as the initial foot. So that was pulling across at that same angle. That goes out too far, and it creates way too much of a void. And it ends up looking too much like a Y, is my biggest complaint. That's the big reason why I don't like that. Alright, let's get a little bit of stretch in, right? Get a little bit of a stretch in. You know. Because it is using a lot of muscles that I'm not used to using. There are a lot of muscles being used here that I'm not used to using. And so... Oh, there we go. Stretch in. Alright. Should probably do a little bit on the right hand as well. Just a little bit of gentle work. Alright, just a little bit of gentle work. Ugh. Alright. And if I'm being truthful, I don't like any of the X's I ever make in Gothic. I do not like them at all in Gothic. I kind of wish that X was one of those letters that's just anachronistic to Gothic. There's a couple letters that are just fully anachronistic to Gothic, and so you actually kind of have an excuse to just not write them. Unfortunately, those letters are not ones that I particularly hate. One of them is W, which is one of my favorites. W is anachronistic to Gothic. Y is kind of anachronistic to Gothic, but not nearly as badly. J is anachronistic to Gothic. V is anachronistic to Gothic. As is dotting I's. Bad footer right there. I think that's a little bit too extreme right there. There we go. There we go. I don't know. These X's actually, I don't hate them that much, which is nauseating. It's like historically like my most challenging letter form in the whole alphabet, right? This is historically my worst one. So I, you know, I don't know what's going on. I know that like blue doesn't like the small footer, the like unequal footers. They should have like 4 feet that are of equal size. Should be a tetrapod. But I don't like the way it comes out when I do it tetrapodal. I am pretty sure that calling characters tetrapodal is not appropriate. Hold on, this looks like crap on to my naked eye, to my Mark 1 eyeball. It does not look better. Does not look better on reverse mode. Kind of melting together. Yeah. Well, I think that doing the top two kind of melting together actually works. Dulcet! Dulcet! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Let me give a little shout out to Dulcet. Let me give you a shout out to Dulcet. That's very sweet of you to say. That's very sweet of you to say. Incredible, incredible. Incredible. Very goofy. Very, very goofy. Thought of you last week? Oh, that's cute. That's cute. $600 pens. Holy moly. Holy moly. Oh, I misread what you meant. I thought you meant like $601 pens. I was like, that's a lot of time. This is like a lot of different pens. Yeah, what I have never used a pen that's over like $300, I think. Big brands are they're showcasing all their stuff. Excellent. Oh, yeah. I am. There is a Mont Blanc store at the Fulton Station mall, and so like I've been to the Mont Blanc store, but they actually don't have anything to do with pens there, even though it's like Mont Blanc is a pen company and I own Mont Blanc Ink. Oh yeah, all of my pens are steel nib. I don't own any gold nib pens. I should. That's not really gothic looking at all right there. Oh, that's a really bad X right there. Hold on, let's reset my location. Okay, I think it's a little bit better right there. I have to reset my whole physical position. Reset my arm position, reset my back position, reset my hand position. There we go. Not particularly. Not particularly. I periodically have tried, and I just have a bunch of like 200-page journals that I write about 5 pages in and then just stop. So yeah, I don't. I'm probably going to start blogging. I'm probably going to start blogging one of these days because I like writing, and it would be nice to write some of my like VTuber thoughts and calligraphy thoughts, which is not what I end up writing about for like my other job, right? For my other job, I write like very differently. But yeah, I don't know, I write artistically, at least like in terms of my handwriting. I'm just kind of writing artistically. I like doing it on stream. Hold on, let's take a look at something here. I'm trying to keep track to make sure I'm not off of the camera too badly. I think we should be good here. Oh god, messed up the stroke order. Catastrophe, that's just an R. That's just an R. Oof. No bueno, no bueno. I tried to reverse it just to see what happened. No good. Yeah, I don't know. I know that it's like, it's funny because like I like journals. I've worked with journals as historical sources. I'm not a historian. I just want to be clear here. Somebody called me a historian earlier today. I'm not a historian. I was never a historian. I'm a sociologist. I have worked with historical sources, but not actually my training or my field. And so with there we go. Gripping that a little bit too tightly. Hobonichi. Tomoe River is pretty nice. Tomoe is pretty nice. The paper that I've been working with that I've been very satisfied with lately has been Strathmore. Strathmore I've been very happy with. I have been kind of annoyed with Rhodia lately. Rhodia has not been meeting my expectations. The company that should sponsor me based on how I behave on stream is Pilot. Pilot should sponsor me. like those guys should sponsor me. The pens that I use most of the time are Pilot pens. The inks that I use, my favorite inks are, you know, Iroshizoku. Pilot is definitely like my brand. Even more than Faber-Castell, even though I think my single favorite pen is Faber-Castell, but it is Pilot is the that's a little bit better of an X. I love Faber-Castell. A Den of Vipers? How are they a Den of Vipers? I've never heard this before. I just like their pens. I just like their pens. I know they're famous for their good pencils. Is there something happening in Germany that I'm not familiar with? pencils. Maruman Memetson? I'm not going to lie, I have been okay. Because I have been looking for, because this is crap paper. What I'm writing on right now is crap. That's why I'm using a marker. I this is terrible paper. This paper is awful. It's Amazon Basics paper. It does exactly what I need it to do. But I've been doing practice on this because otherwise I'm doing practice on Strathmore paper, which is a little bit pricey. Strathmore's a little bit pricey, and so is Midori is the other paper I've got on hand. The Midori is not so bad, but I think the Strathmore is mostly better. I've put I have put some calligraphy supplies on my throne, but currently currently where I really need money is honestly in like actual liquid assets. My situation going forward in a couple of months, I will probably be in a better situation for just like getting stuff. I'm just planning on moving, so you know. Big stretch. So like I don't want to like buy too much stuff. I'll talk more about it later when it's more like settled, when I've got more of a sense of like what's going on and where I'm going and stuff like that. But you know, it's gonna be a minute. I mean, the custom notebook is like the obvious piece of VTuber merch for me to do. I need to get a logo designed. That's the big thing. I don't really want like a VTuber logo. Is the thing. Like I want a like classic like embossed water like printer's mark is what I want. See, that's way too tight right there. That's way too tight. That's a rare thing for me to make a letter form too tight, but I did it. I did it, folks. We got him. Pull down. Creating a leather spellbook merch for all the Nano fans out there. Yeah. We get a cat leather notebook made with authentic Nanomancer leather. Exactly, Nano. That's a very good use of like irresponsible power from a very good use of like irresponsible wizard power to just like make clones of yourself so that you can leather. So you can make tons of leather of yourself for merchant for gamer merch. God, what an insane! That's such an insane piece of that's such an insane idea for a like manga or something like that. Is like a person gets like isekai ass wizard powers that's like super OP, and they just use it for like becoming the first influencer on the world. They're like, I tried to be a streamer in the real world, but I wasn't actually any good at it. So now that I'm in a new world where I'm the only person who can like broadcast my thoughts telepathically to the whole world, I am going to become the best streamer by default. It's so good. It's so good. I love this idea. This is a great one. This is a great one. And yeah, you could use self-cloning and self-regrowing to create like, you know, authentic Nanomancer leather. This idea is so horrible. This is so grotesque. Yeah. All right, we're going into ads. Enjoy the fan art gallery, folks. I'll be back in a minute. Sorry, I had some more crackers. I got hungry. I wonder if I should make a button for running a long ad that runs 2 ads, like, right one after another, so I get, like, 2 hours in a row. These are kind of not. That's kind of not a Gothic X. It's like a pretty good looking X, but so I think it works better for Batard. Okay. 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 Yomi Quinley's birthday is tomorrow. Quinley's birthday is tomorrow. And this seems like a good opportunity for me to do a calligraphy birthday message, something I haven't been doing. I haven't had an opportunity to do as much because, oh my god, so many people had July birthdays. Oh. What is... Huh. Keyboard is... What's going on with my keyboard? There we go. There it is. Okay. Keyboard's been detected now. Keyboard is detected now. Enjoy your backwards keyboard. That's kind of gross looking. Okay. Oh, tell me about it. Tell me about it. What's the new scam? What's the new scam? Give me the scam deets. Give me the scam deets.
Okay, so what it is.
Oh, here we go. Nano's here. Okay.
Here's what it is. All right. So you're walking alone in the woods, right?
Okay, okay. I'm walking alone in the woods. I understand this part of the premise so far.
Now, what's your favorite food?
Mangoes.
Mangoes? Okay. There's a pile of fucking mangoes at the very back of the box.
Roger,
but
Roger.
If you walk in, a wall will fall behind you and you'll be stuck.
Okay, okay. I understand the scam. I understand the scam. Well, so what's the part where they make money off of me? Okay, I guess that's the part where they make money off of me. Thank you, Nano. What is with my keyboard? Hello, Night Hunter Teresa. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, he just died. He just died. He got crushed by a wall of mangoes. How you doing, Night Hunter Teresa? Doing well, doing well. All right, all right. Yomi Quinley's birthday is tomorrow, so I'm writing a little birthday note up for her. I'm just writing out the, I'm just writing down what it's going to look like. I think we've got enough space for maybe one more line. Let me take a look here. That's purple. That's purple. Purple. This one's green. I kind of wish I had a blue at the ready. Hold on. Let me think about this. I think that's this is pretty long. This is good. This is pretty long. I'm kind of giving myself a headache trying to think about how long I need it to be. Yeah, let's take a look. I do wonder, actually. I'm wondering a little bit here. I'm getting curious. I'm making myself curious here. I might try something. I might try something that is novel and potentially very stupid. By the way, Lightbox Coon is coming on. So, poppin', open. I'm gonna do the speedball. Using C1. So I got the speedball. Well, may as well. So put the speedball on. There we go. And I'll use my Asagao. Actually, no, I'll use my Ama E. I'll use my Ama. No, I'll use my Asagao because I've got it on hand, and my Ama Iro's off in the void. Give this a shot. Okay. So let's see if I can get this to write, like, at all. Famously, left-handed calligraphers say that broad is considerably harder than... than right-handed. But admittedly, they're not doing it mirror, right? Okay. Let's see if I can get it to write. Come on. Okay, let's see if that does anything. Come on, come on. Start writing. Start writing. Come on, come on, come on. Okay, hold on. I need to get a little bit of a dip on here. I'm actually burning through the Asagao quite fast. Which is a bit of an irony, because I don't actually love it very much. I don't know why the heck I'm doing that. Okay. Oh, that's really bad. That's really bad. No. I'm gonna have to start over entirely, but I may as well get a little bit of practice in. Okay. I might not be able to execute on this plan. Just a little bit more. Oh, see, that's horrible. That's horrible. See, dips are so much more challenging to work with. Hello, Ditigris. Have a good night. Sleep well. I hope you are able to sleep well, I should say. Yeah, please, even if you just are looking at the ceiling, as long as you're not like looking at a screen, that's a bit of an improvement. Even just having your eyes closed is helpful. I am struggling so much more with the dip. I know the speedball's the way you're supposed to do this. I know speedball dips are like the... Oh, cheesy Pete's. Got so locked in there for a second, just completely locked in, no thoughts. Minis08, thank you for the follow. No, Mini, you are good. Mini's 08 is fine anyway. I don't really tend to worry too much about people having like long names. It really does not bother me. It's really just not an obstacle. It's not like I'm running out of things to. It's not like I like need to have fewer things to say out loud, right? I do like the sound this makes, I gotta say. How'd I get into it? It's Nagarunsky. It's Nagarunsky. Yeah, the story of how I started in calligraphy, I always think is kind of funny because it's staggeringly simple. Hold on, let me give the shout out to Nagi. Nagi is one of my dear friends. She is a much more skilled artist than I am. She is also a much better streamer than I am. I'm just advertising for her. But yes, yeah, the old man stream, yes. The story of how I got into calligraphy is actually kind of a little bit goofy, which is, there's kind of two origin points. There's kind of two entre points for me. The first is that I studied Japanese when I was quite a bit younger, and so during Japanese studies, right, you take some like cultural classes, including like traditional art type things. Cultural learning, not just learning just how to say things, but you learn about the culture and blah, blah, blah. And so we did do some units on shodo, and I kept up at it. I enjoyed the shodo quite a bit more than any of the other art units that we did, and I actually rather like kanji as a thing to study. I know it's very unusual. So I did start with some brush calligraphy. And then when I was in graduate school, I was writing an enormous amount of notes. I was writing a absolutely ridiculous amount of notes. And so I decided that if I was going to be writing like pages and pages of notes basically every single day, I may as well make the date and header look nice. And that's really kind of it. I went down to the bookstore, the campus bookstore, and bought a calligraphy marker. Not unlike the one that I was using earlier. Different brand and blah, 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 because the one that I bought back then is long dead. These ones I bought in like July or something like that. June or July. I should know, I just set up my taxes for the year. I should say set up. I recently did an expense accounting for the year to date. So I was actually looking at all this stuff. Okay, so see my my text was... I did some wrong spacing here. We're just doing some spacing testing right now, by the way. So I was off on my spacing a little bit. This might be what it looks like. We'll find out in a few minutes. I might not even need to use this much text. This one I'm going to have to discard because I screwed up quite early on. So this whole sheet of paper is getting trashed, but I don't want to throw it out until I get some utility out of it, because this is Strathmore. But yeah, I started studying calligraphy in Japanese first. And then, so, hold on a second here. I have to do a little bit of math. So if that's there. I started studying with Japanese first. And then I picked it up working graduate school. And it's kind of been an off and on thing up until I became a VTuber. When I started VTubing, I didn't actually think calligraphy was going to be that important to my content. Which is non-trivially because I'm really, really bad at self-evaluation. And so I don't think of what I am doing right now as special or interesting. And I'm like, oh, everybody can do this. Which, to be fair, who is good at self-evaluation? I think some people are. Presumably somebody has to be, right? And I think it's actually one of the more important skills in streaming is to understand what your strengths are and what makes you marketable. I know that there are people who do this and who go into content creation of some sort of or another, you know, Instagram or whatever, and turns out that they're just talented at the parts that were always valued. And that, you know, can get you pretty far. And they don't understand anything about, they never like figure it out that like the things that you are supposed to do were stuff that they were already good at. But it is worth saying that the extent to which dumb luck plays a role is hard to overstate. Sorry, I got off of the calligraphy side of things. I mean, that's true, Emperor's Armpits. I just, like I said, I mean, this is a matter of, you know, me being kind of dumb in a particular type of way. That I look at this and I'm like, oh, anybody, you know, this is, you know, I'm just following what the tools in the paper guide me to. That this isn't a skill that anybody else who wanted to could achieve this in short order. And I don't even know if that's actually true. I also kind of think it's, I don't know, to me it doesn't seem like interesting to watch or to listen to. Because it's me, right? Maybe. I mean, I tend to find lots of flaws in my performances. That's my big thing. Those make me think a little bit about Dunning-Kruger effect. Dunning-Kruger effect is a testing phenomena. Genuinely don't know if we want to count it as a psychology or sociology phenomenon. Where the observation is that people who are lower on a test scoring system, like you give people a standardized test, the people who perform badly estimate that they performed better than they did, and the people who performed well estimate that they performed worse than they did when you ask them to guess like how well they thought they performed. And the traditional explanation about this is that people who are really incompetent aren't able to recognize their own lack of skill in the subject area, their own lack of expertise. However, this is only explanation doesn't make a lot of sense for why people who are at the higher end of the test scale are underestimating themselves. And there is a good explanation for why people at the top of the skill test assume that they are doing worse. Oh, wow, that was wet. Think that they did a lot worse than they actually did. And that's that everybody is kind of estimating that they did close to average. You know, just regression to the mean, right? Just good old regression to the mean. Never underestimate good old regression to the mean. I don't like what I've written here. Looking at this, I don't like what I've written here. So let's revise this a little bit. What do I write here? What do I write here? What do I write here? Because again, I don't like what I've actually written here so far. Not trivially, I kind of just want to avoid writing a second Y because the Ys are annoying the crap out of me. I might make it shorter. I might make it shorter. I might just cut out the entire second sentence. Oh, jeez. Let's see. I will say, I think I was a pretty good test taker. Otherwise, I was only an okay student up until a graduate school or so. My early schooling, I was a pretty mediocre student who... I was definitely one of those students who did just kind of okay on everything and then cleaned up... and actually failed a lot of homework, and then cleaned up on finals week. In an absolute sprint. I'm pretty good under brief amounts of high pressure. I will also say that in terms of like, if you had asked me after most tests how I thought I did, the majority of the time I just was kind of like, I don't know, man. Okay, hold on, let's do it again. All right, let's keep on going. I do think I'm getting... Okay, that's actually looking a little bit better. Hold up, this is going to be a hard pull. My pull downs are where I do feel like my pull downs I'm doing quite weak on, even more so with the speed ball. That one I did alright, but a lot of them have been very unsteady. There we go. Some masters forever seek to be challenged. I mean, I love being challenged. I love being challenged. That is, I am always on the lookout. I don't think I'm a master, though. I think I'm just okay. For one thing, that was way too high of an A, right? Let's think about this. Oh, geez, we're right on the next ad break? Holy moly. Alright, hold on. Gotta get a big ol' sip of water here. Okay, I might swap things out and do this right-handed because the incompetence that I see in this is killing me. Good ass, though. I'll take that. Alright, hold on. So this paper I've mangled really badly just as a matter of paper. Right, there's just a bunch of like spreading and mangling. So I guess this one's just a scrap sheet, but it was a good test run. This is about the right length. This is about the right length. I might do the next. Ads are going. I think I will use the bathroom, get some more water, and then I will do this again. But I think I'll do it with my right hand, and you'll just see the difference. It'll be enormous. All right, all right, all right. Okay. Oh, gotta remember the camera is flipped. Gotta remember the camera is flipped. And move it over a little bit to make this a little bit easier on myself. And actually we want it in here, so I can point up a little bit. Point up into my hand a little bit. We are going to do a little bit of right hand. Oh. Let's take that off and get a clean sheet because I made an absolute butchery of that one. I do need to clean up around here. Oh boy. Oh boy. Specifically my calligraphy that's a mess. The rest of my stuff is actually not that messy right now. But my completed works are just like all over the place. They're pretty disastrous looking. Okay. Now let's get you into a location where I won't have to worry so much. And okay. So let's do it like that so that I'm not up against the edges all the time. Let's actually give myself a little bit of margins on both ends. Yeah. There we go. And then over here. Oh god. Oh god, I already feel strange. Okay. With an organized, chaotic space. Yeah, that's pretty fair. I have quite bad ADHD. This is not like a secretive Almantas lore. Oh. Okay, there we go. But yeah, I am absolutely one of those people who, like, if I put something in a drawer, I'd never see it again. Like, I need stuff to be relatively visible. Oh, geez, it's smooth. All right, let's get in here. Let's get in here a little bit. There we go. Okay, there we go. There we go. Let's go. All right. Okay. So yeah. Man, I'm trying to think about what I need to be doing post stream, off stream. Getting in a weird little bit of a productivity loop here. I am pretty locked in on the calligraphy, which is not really where I should be, right? I should be holding steady on the calligraphy, but I should also, hold on, let's get this camera. There we go. That's probably better. But I do have some book reviews to write. I'm thinking a lot about the book I'm currently reading because I'm blazing through it for what it is. You know, it's a very dense, frankly, pretty theory-heavy work about Song Dynasty China. And normally not the sort of thing that I describe as like an easy breezy read, but it kind of is. Kind of is actually going really smoothly. And I wonder how much is like me turning more into a social history guy than I used to be. How much is me turning into more of a military history guy than I used to be? Because it is a military history book, right? This is one of those things, like, I kind of wonder how much people would appreciate it as an explainer. That history is a discipline, and then there's all these kind of like subfields and sub-perspectives on it. And military history is not like a dominant or prestigious one at all. And it's not even particularly its own thing. Military history is much less its own thing than social or intellectual history. And most of the histories that I've read, most of the military histories that I've read, have been social and intellectual histories. Soldiers and Ghosts is extremely an intellectual history. Infantry in Battle is extremely a social history. And Inked is very much a social and institutional history. And military history is not, like, really, like, identifiably separable as a completely unique thing. And I think that's kind of interesting, right? And I shouldn't even say that's so much interesting as just, it's interesting to compare and contrast that with how people sometimes think about what a historian is and does, and how historians write works. See, that's a good S right there. Holy crap. And again, not historically myself a historian, always need to feel like I need to be clear about that. If I do become a historian, I will have to go back to school, right? Which I might. I don't think it's super likely. I did thrive in graduate school. I did thrive in graduate school. So there's something appealing to me about going back to that. I would be pretty old, but I would hardly be the old... I've known some pretty old graduate students, I should say. Let's just put it that way. Heck, I knew some pretty old undergrads. So it wouldn't be the most insane thing to me. Hope I didn't get the letter height wrong here. By the way, chat. Pure curiosity. So, like, I know a VTuber who does stained glass. I know 2 who specialize in knitting. Do we know anybody who specializes in woodcut? Obviously, I'm the calligraphy guy. Like, you're in the calligraphy space right now. Do you know somebody who's a woodcut? A woodblock artist? I do know one who does carpentry, but that's a bit different. Not a VTuber? Okay. Who does the JP Woodblock prints? Hell yeah, hell yeah. Send that along to me. Send that along to me. Drop that in like the I found this channel or something. You kind of stumble on your way on over here. That's all good. That's all good. A lot of people do. A lot of people do. Fact of the matter is that none of the algorithms are really set up to make me easy to find. Right? Like... Or kind of like anybody in particular easy to find, right? It's kind of... It all kind of exists as a kind of awkward cat and mouse game between people who know how to do SEO and, you know, the search engines who want to try to direct you towards things that will actually sell. And so, as a person who isn't particularly good at SEO, and I don't even know, I think a lot of the people who like what I'm doing have no idea that they would like what I am doing until they find me. Like, outside of showing up on, like, an awards show for winning, like, a relaxing or traditional art VTuber kind of thing, I don't know how somebody would find me without already, like without this, like, total random chance. which is fine. You know, that's how archival research works, right? It's all about the unknown unknowns. It's all about those unknown unknowns, right? Oh, and I'm tall. Tall hasn't come up in a minute. I like tall. I like Almantas. I like Almantas. One of my goofiest redeems. Ah. Thank you. Yeah, because I was thinking about what kind of art objects or merch I would even want to have. Not just like in terms of selling, but in terms of like having in my own physical space. In terms of like, what would I actually like to own? And like, I think I'd like to own some woodblock art. Even a Dominator class Titan painted with frescoes and shit. I was more thinking like it's like I kind of need a straight edge for some of the techniques that I want to work on with calligraphy. Let's move this down a little bit more. And I was like, well, I could just get a ruler, right? But why not get like a nice ruler, right? Why not get like an actually really nice one? And I also don't actually need measurements on it. Like, I don't actually need inches on it. I just need it to be a very straight piece of hard wood. And why not get some VTuber art on it, right? Why not get a piece of wood inlaid with Myoshi. Ooh, Rosatrox. You know, that's, I do. It's been a long time. Did you find me from those? Because it lists you as a first-time chatter. Yeah, I just haven't done one in a long time because, mostly because I hate editing, and the pressure to edit those, is really frustrating. That's like the main reasons. I really hate video editing. I do have another lecture planned, but I haven't finished writing the script for it yet, and I'm being, frankly, pretty lazy about it, because it's just easier to come up with things that are, like, the real priority in VTubing. Those priorities being primarily matters of, like, art assets and fundraisers and stream ideas and collabs. Those always feel so much more urgent. About the book kitchen. Oh, with Inari. She was going to be my raid target and she just logged off. So, whoops. Yeah, Inari. I'm gonna give a shout out to Inari. Yeah, I should make sure that I upload the rest of those book talks, because it's a whole series. It's a whole series. We only ever did one piece of nonfiction in the entire set, which was the book Otaku, Japan's Database Animals. That one was a cool talk. I have not read that one, because that was part of an experimental format that I changed after, like, 2. Where the other person would just talk about the book and I would kind of respond and react to it. Whereas in in the format that I decided on as I kind of matured the format, we would both read the book and we would do a little presentation on it together and then we would discuss it. And Kitchen was part of that, was one of the later ones that I did. Hi Inari. Yes, I don't know if you just saw this, but but I have a chatter who found me because of our talk about Daidokoro, about Banana Yoshimoto. So, hi Inari, welcome in. Welcome in. Yeah. Rosatrox found me via that one. So if you want to see the other person who was part of that, yeah, so the book club has kind of slowed down because it's a lot of work to coordinate that many collabs, and it just kind of got worse numbers than other things I do. You know, if I want to focus on the stuff that gets, like, the best numbers, it's consistently this. This is what gets the best numbers. This is what brings all the boys to the yard. We'll have to zoom out the camera a little bit in a minute here. But yes, Yomi Quinley is who I am doing this for. Yomi Quinley. It is her birthday later today. Or I guess it is her birthday already today, but she's doing a birthday stream later today. I don't think she's doing it right now. And then after this line, I get to go back to working with my left hand. Thank heavens. But yeah, the next one I have planned, again, I've been sitting on this one for a minute, I've just been dragging my feet on it, was going to be gender in the Bronze Age. I know more about the Hittites, and I know a little bit about the Sumerians. I don't know that much about Egyptian gender norms, though I do know that Egyptian gender is considerably more constrained than Hittite or Sumerian gender. Considerably more restrictive. But that's also not saying very much because Hittite and Sumerian gender norms are pretty open-minded. Good gravy. I have put in so much work into trying to get a left-handed S that looks even half this good. Oh, also, yes, I meant to tell you, I mentioned this earlier on stream. I double-checked. I was wrong in one of the things I said earlier to you. I did not learn brush calligraphy on Sable. I learned it on horse. It was on horsehair. Something seemed iffy to me as soon as I said that I learned on Sable. I was like, wait, hold on a second. There's something wrong with that. For one thing, the brush I learned on was brown, not black, as you know the name Sable implies. But more to the point, I don't think I had that fancy of a brush, and Sable is not considered particularly a cheap one. And obviously going forward, I'm going to be using synthetic whenever possible. Yeah, no, it's really... I find it really interesting, right? Because, again, I'm a sociology professor by training. And so one of those things that's really kind of interesting to me is that gender is actually an insanely challenging topic. It's astrophysics plus levels of complicated. And... screwed up on literally the last line. I'm going to roll with it because I don't want to use my right hand again, but this is a mistake. And unless I, like, spill ink or something here, I'm just going to live with it. But I am annoyed. But yeah, I really like the Bronze Age quite a bit as a topic. I have enjoyed studying it quite a bit as an era, partially because I really kind of am a sucker for mystery. And there's so many absences in the Bronze Age. There's so much missing in our knowledge of the Bronze Age that it is a lot of piecing together from very, like, secondary locations, and from doing a lot of stuff with, what's the word I'm looking for here? Stretching a little bit. You do a ton with archaeology to try to fill in, because so many of the people who you study, right, don't leave any record. So many of the people who you want to say don't leave any record at all. And I'm just going back through here something. I make too many shoutouts. This is what I just learned right now. Okay. And just checking one last thing. There we go. There we go. That looks right to me. That looks right to me. Yeah. Sorry, just cleaning up a little bit of mess on my end, and I think we're good. Okay, so now we have to add hairlines to what we've done. Hold on, let's just see if there's any places where I want to add some, Okay. Let's just adding a little bit of decoration here because it amuses me. But now we add actual hairlines. So I'm going to take that out. I'm going to get some ink on my fingers. Yep. Got some ink on my fingers. Inky hands. Let's use this little bugger. Functionally, I've never used this, so we'll find out if I can get anything done with it. Pointeds, I almost never use. I think the last time I even touched a pointed was literally years ago. So let's see if I can do anything with it or if I'm just going to embarrass myself horribly. No, that's actually working out pretty well. You want hairlines to be pretty fine. Alright, because this variation in line width is a lot of what makes this entire art form appealing. Trying to figure out places I can touch without endangering the larger work. I do have to say that after having spent so much time using speedballs for broad and feeling like I was not getting particularly good results out of them, I now see why they're popular. Immediately on using this pointed nib, did not take like any time at all for me to be like, oh yeah, this is actually phenomenal. Again, I don't work with this tool very often. It's a pretty unfamiliar tool to me, but I do get it. I am seeing the vision. And if I wasn't so worried about my, if I wasn't trying to rest my right, this would be really encouraging for me to try my hand at pointed calligraphy again. But I am worried about that, so I won't. That is somebody else's issue. Oh, here we go. All right, Minnie. Have a lovely night. Thank you for stopping by at all. You know, I am not going to be churlish about somebody needing to leave because they've got to get some sleep. That's, you know, I am happy that anybody shows up at all, right? That is very generous of the people who do that. That said, it is time to put away the speed balls and put away Lightbox Coon. Also, by the way, Inari, how was your stream? I didn't get to catch like any of it because you started at like very close to me in time. So I think I just stopped by and redeemed my Kenobi Zen and then bailed. I think I saw basically none of it. Oh, okay. Okay, we're going to hang this up so that it dries in a semi-appropriate fashion. I've got some hooks over here for it to hang on. Okay. And we're going to... You got... Close your eyes if you get motion sick. Da-da-da. And changing it over to lefty mode. Recalibrating. I have quite a bit of cleanup to do after this one. Not as bad as after a... not nearly as bad as after a painting stream, but it's definitely... I definitely have more cleanup than average for a calligraphy stream. Average calligraphy stream has usually very minimal cleanup. But I decided to break out the dips, so you get what you get. Knock that over, and okay, let's get this started. And let's get this started, and let's pull up the list of raiders for today. Okay, we have 4 raiders for today. We're about to go into ads. I might just start the ads. I have 2 potential raid targets, but we're going to wait until after ads. And I'm also going to draw... You're also going to see the targets. We're also going to see the raiders. You're going to see... I'm going to write out the thank yous. Oh god, going around from 3 lines to 2 lines makes me feel claustrophobic. Instant headache. By the way, as soon as I moved over to doing things left-handed, instantly like, oh, jeezy Pete's. Let's get this over here. There's a much better location for it. Oh, it's remarkable how exhausting the left hand is compared to the right hand. I kind of love it. Definitely still getting beginner gains from doing the left hand. Let's move this over a little bit. Bad D right there. Bad D. Okay, hold on. Stretch out that hand a little bit. Ah. Didn't realize that big hand was all caps. Well, I do realize that now. Do realize that now. So, Eternal Storyteller. Yes, Eternal Storyteller. Eternal Storyteller is up first. Oh, yep, ads are coming. Yeah, okay, I was like, what the heck was that? That was ads. Just ads. Just ads. Which, you know, I'll play them right now. I'll play them right now because I'm thirsty and I'm low on water. All right, I will see you all in a few minutes. Enjoy the BRB screen, and we'll be back. And I'm back, and I'm back, and I'm back. Oh, that's really obnoxious. That's really obnoxious. I try to... Huh. I might try to talk with some creators about how to format that, because my approach to how I do my sound levels is I want my sound levels to be set up in such a way that viewers automatically set the volume on their side, such that the ads don't just blow their goddamn eardrums out. What to do about that? What to do about that? Because that's like the big thing, right? Like, people fall asleep to my stream. And I could go over to pre-rolls again. And I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about going back over to pre-rolls. Mid-rolls have been nice for me because I need to take a bathroom break anyway. Oh no, it's capital S time. Capital S is so tough when working backwards. Yeah, that's frustrating. That's frustrating. Oh no, I might not have enough time for enough space for storyteller. I did not think through how long of word storyteller is. Oops. Foolish. Foolish Almantas. I think I can squeeze it though. I think I can pull it off. It'll just be less pleasing than I had hoped for. Again, Gothic looks better squeezed. Yeah, I'll make it. I'll make it. I just kind of want it to be centered more. It just would be nice to have it more centered. Sloppy. Get Skyrish here. Skyrish Bear. Little Skyrish here. Stretch a little bit. SensationalVT, and now we do we get to the big ham. Big ham, big ham. I do like capital I's in Gothic. I do like the Gothic I. I do like the Gothic G. Can I do the Gothic G remotely decently backwards? Signs point to no. But it's something. But it is something. Oh no, capital M. Big ham, why must you be so big? Why must you be so ham? You know what? I'm gonna be silly with this. I'm going to be silly with this. Nogs. What's up, Nagi? What's up, Nagi? Also, Nagi, respond to my goddamn DMs. Sorry, I'm sorry for swearing. I apologize for swearing, folks. Nagi, I've got fucking, we got business. You're standing on business. Getting up, drinking coffee? Okay, okay. Okay. No, I've DM'd you. I've DM'd you. We've got business. We'll deal with it later. We'll deal with it later. I'm just yelling at you. Yeah. Excellent. Ready to go off? Go off? Do you mean go online? Do you mean go live? Is the serpent going to be live? Do we have serpent stream incoming? Yeah. Good. I used it earlier today. Where did I put it? That ink is brown. That's weird. Where did I put it? It's somewhere on here. It's somewhere on here. There. It is backwards because the screen is backwards, but yeah, there. I didn't bother writing the Hime because that's actually that's not an obscure kanji. It's merely a slightly challenging kanji. Whereas the Nagi is an incredibly obscure kanji. That's ludicrous. It's apparently superfluous to the name. Hell yeah. I can tell you that Japanese people can't read it because we've tested Japanese people and they can't read it. We've asked people. And they go, "What the hell is that?" Okay. Okay. Nagi, if you're going live if you're going live in the next like 10 minutes, get started so I can raid you because we're about to end. We're about to end. We are basically wrapping up here. So thank you to my raiders for today: Eternal Storyteller, CharlottXBear, Big Ham VT, and VIGA VT. You do your exercises first? Okay, then I'm not raiding into you. And I'll be posting this on Twitter later today. Hold on, the camera being backwards is throwing me off. Happy birthday, Yomi. Oh my god, I spelled incredibly wrong, but I'm going to hope that she doesn't notice. Incredibly sweet, generous, and insightful. Thank you for choosing to become a VTuber with all of us. Sincerely, Almantas. Oh my god, I can't believe I spelled incredibly wrong. I hope nobody calls me out on it. They're going to call me out on it. They'd be insane not to. And let's stretch. Flip the camera and then turn it off. My streams for the rest of the week, folks. Streams for the rest of the week. So, today was Tuesday. Today was Tuesday. Oh my god, my freaking keyboard. My freaking keyboard. So tomorrow is a movie night on my Discord server. There we go. Tomorrow's movie night on my Discord server. We'll be watching Master Gardener and Nausicaä of the Valley of the Winds. Thursday, I will not be here. I will be at my friend Lady Saffron's. We'll be playing Victoria 3, which is my most played game on stream. I believe it is actually still ahead of even Dark Souls. And then Saturday, rare Saturday stream. I haven't done a Saturday stream in a long time, but I wanted to get in more streams, and Friday is a kind of a nightmare for me. And hello, Emperor's Armpits. Hello again. I figured that you'd gone to work. And I think, who do I raid? Ronin or Mishimali? Who do I raid? Ronin or Mishimali? You're on lunch. You're on lunch. But yeah, I haven't done a Saturday stream in a very long time. Previously, Saturday streams had done very, very poorly for me. So I am kind of curious to find out how that goes. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. It's been longer since I've raided Mishimali. I have technically not raided her since July. So we're going to raid Mishimali. Mishimali is actually one of my favorite streamers. Ooh, she's playing something really cool. She's playing a really cool game. She's playing Hypnospace Outlaw. That's a cool game. So let's go say hi to Mishimali. And let me put in the raid messages. Raid messages. So and there we go. Those are our raid messages. If you copied it, should work from Almantas OS. He just doesn't have yeah, he just doesn't have it. So anyway, thank you all for being here. Thank you all for tolerating me. Hello, Rifter ZC. Hello. Thank you all for being here. I had a lovely time, and I hope that the rest of you have a lovely weekend. And please stop by, enjoy the movie night with me, enjoy my inevitable Saturday stream. Subathon is in planning for September. Subathon in September. And that will determine a lot of things going forward. So I have a new model. I hope you're excited for it.